Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. We'll start with the Gayatri Mantra as we await our first guests to arrive. Om Bhur Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Allow me to set the intentions for this space as being one in which we all can confide in each other, take refuge in the experiences which we've all had. Though diverse, they come from a very unified source. And it is that unity within us all that I would like to bring out together. No matter what things you may be going through in this life, I know that everything that you are experiencing is a reflection of the truth that's deep inside. Sometimes it's hard to see the beauty. Sometimes it's impossible, so it may seem. But I believe with the right effort, nothing becomes impossible. Hello, dear Natalia. Hello, Gem Life. Welcome. Hello, Vanessa. I am alright. Thank you for asking. How are you? I would love to know. I'm at an angle to you. Why don't I adjust myself? Here. Now I'm just at another angle. Hello, Belitza. Hello, VYV Fragrance. Jeff Muddy, you shared your birthday today. Well, I'm honored for sharing a little section of it with you. I trust that all the loved ones in your life are giving you lots of support as we recognize the fact that you've successfully taken another trip around our local star we call the sun. Good on you for that. And thank you, dear Vanessa, for the heart me that you sent a moment ago, blessing us with our first gift today. Hare Krishna and VYV Fragrance, thank you for your cloud bread. Jai Sitaram. You are good, Vanessa. I'm happy to hear that. Hello, Mrs. Peachy. Thank you, Dr. Pepper. I'm sure that any majesty you see in me is but a reflection of all that within you too. Hello, Nitro girls. You hadn't made the last two. Well, that's because I didn't do lives the last 2 days. I wasn't feeling that great, and to be honest, my body still isn't. But you know what? I would rather be on a live not feeling good than just flopped on my couch somewhere, which is the alternative right now. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Gem Life, for the heart me a moment ago too. Hare Krishna. All ADHDs, you had asked. Do I think the effort and work can take the same place as meditation and relaxation? It is a balance. If we just put in our effort and work all day, every day, then if we don't take time to meditate or relax, then we'll be forced into that position. And if we're just relaxing and meditating all the time, then what work and effort do we have to apply to the world? This human body is capable of both. And both capacities, I think, should find expression. Greetings, Isabella. And what is wrong, Natalia, you ask? Well, ultimately, nothing is wrong, but my tummy has been hurting. I got a tummy ache. But you know what? I got so tired of my tummy ache that I thought I just wouldn't care anymore. So here I am, going live, not caring. Not minding, I should say. When I was younger, my grandfather was very keen on teaching me that if I don't mind, we should say that instead of I don't care. Because we should have care for all things, but not let our mind get in the way of that. And 19, you're wondering if the background music is at a specific frequency. Oh, if that were the case, it would have to be a pure sine wave. Just a solid tone. That's what a specific frequency would just sound like. But no, there's many different frequencies, many harmonics and changes of notes and tones. I hope that wasn't annoying for you. Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Nitro Girls. Our girl, you share. It's insane that my sky is blue and yours is dark. It's almost midnight there. Such is the nature of the 3D world with curvature. The sun is hiding for you. But even then, that does not mean the sun is non-existent. It is just behind. In this case, the earth. So too, even when we are feeling sad, anxious, angry, guilty, it may feel like happiness is not there, but it is just like the sun, which is behind an object. Its existence is still there, radiating light, just in another place of this world at the moment. Manhattan, you are wondering if I do yoga. My yoga that I do is karma yoga, bhakti yoga, jnana yoga. The three most important yogas mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita. Karma yoga is the yoga of action. That means being one with all your activities. Bhakti yoga is the yoga of knowledge. Sorry, that's jnana yoga. Bhakti yoga is the yoga of loving devotion, of offering everything that you do to the source within all. Jnana yoga, as I already spoiled, is the yoga of knowledge. It's cultivating an understanding for yourself, this universe, and how they fit together. These are the top 3 yogas. But there's also Hatha yoga, the yoga of the body. This is helpful for your health and well-being. But when it comes to moksha, liberation, bhakti yoga, karma yoga, jnana yoga, these are necessary. Nitro Girls, you're wondering if I zaza. That's a good verb. Doth thou zaza? It's a question you would love to delve into. Or am I just at this piece? Yes, there was a time in my life where I engaged in many substances. I would go partying almost every night. And in my free time, I too would participate in the usage of substances. But at what cost, you know? Eventually, you get this realization that you don't want to have to rely on something secondary to feel something primary. You don't want to find happiness in an external source, like a substance. So I committed to that path, and since then I stopped drinking many years ago, stopped smoking Zaza, stopped vaping. I even went off my antidepressant medication because I felt like all of that could be found within. But that's because I'm just that crazy. If you are that crazy too, by all means, but I do not wish to tell you that you are doing something wrong with your life. I only wish to be an example that all that is possible for you is possible within. And the nature of my consciousness is the very same as yours, as the source of Satchitananda Atma, truth, consciousness, bliss. Hare Krishna, School of Mystics. DYIJ, you ask, what is existence? Well, there's 2 things to talk about. There's yourself, and there's everything that yourself fits into. You might call that existence, or the solipsists might call you existence. Existence is the class of all things that exist, that which is available to you in this moment. That is existence. It has many layers to it, just as your body has a physical component, a subtle component, and a causal component. Just as your inner faculties has a mental component, an intellectual component, an egoic component, and a conscious component. Just as this reality has a material component and a sentient component, there are many different pieces that fit together to form this existence. But that all comes from one source, which goes by the name Om. Om. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Dadbot, you shared that you could use some good vibes right now. Do I have any to spare? Of course. What are good vibes, if not that which we can spread, which we can radiate? What is love? What is peace? What is bliss? If it isn't something that can be shared, if we just use it all to ourselves, well, what good is that? And hello, that guy JB. I did take a break yesterday and the day before to focus on my physical health and some errands, but I'm feeling better at this moment. And consciously, Kaylee, you had asked if I had any words for a newly pregnant woman. Sounds like you are embarking on a most wonderful quest. How meaningful is it to carry a life within you, raise it, and see a recipient of your love that accepts it wholly, and watch as the love you give it causes it to grow, to learn. Such a wonderful experience, and I know that you'll do great. There are going to be lots of worries, I am sure of it, lots of fears, but that's okay. That's part of the process. Part of having trust in your own ability to do anything that it takes for the welfare of this being. Pregnancy is much like an ego death, because we have to literally surrender ourselves to another being in so many ways, from the physical to the emotional to the mental. They become the biggest expression of life for us, and our very own sense of self becomes externalized. Now, Tattvam Asi, you ask, if you give meaning to Om, it loses its meditational value. True, because now your mind has something to go on about. I don't see anything wrong with that. If you are just mindlessly chanting Om without any meaning, then you could be chanting any other sound. The point of Om is the fact that it has such a rich meaning to it. You should engage your mind. Whoever says that you should turn your mind off must not have a mind. No one can turn their mind off. It's one of the 4 anthakarans, 4 inner faculties that we should use in meditation. The manas, that is the mind. Exercise the mind just as we do the buddhi, the intellect, the ahankara, our sense of self, and our chitta, our consciousness. Now you should think of all the meaning that is attached to the word Om. How else can you expect to unpack the truth? Just as words may be vacant vehicles of sound, they gain meaning once we meditate upon what can fill that vibration. Thank you, dear Badramal, for the heart me you sent to. Jai Sitaram. And Haley Quinn, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Badarmo, thank you for your team bracelet and your trio of roses as well. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Brave Bella, for your trio of roses too. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. D to Infinity, you're wondering if Tulasi Devi is giving off a scent. Not at the moment. She saves that. She saves that. She saves that for the right time. And that's right, I am on my new phone for streaming. It's got a wide angle. You can see my whole body in the frame, which is fun. Now, Alex Lightbody, you are wondering, am I religious or just spiritual? Well, are you a square or just a rectangle? See, if you are just a rectangle, then that means you have more to express than just a square. In fact, if you are a rectangle, you're welcome to be a square. But not all squares. Not all rectangles are squares, but all squares are rectangles. It is not that rectangles are something different than squares. Squares are just a special case of rectangles, aren't they? And similarly, rectangles are just a generalization of a square. All the essence of a square is in a rectangle. It is only expressed when the lengths come together at an equality. So too, religion is but one expression of spirituality. Spirituality is more general. Many people can be spiritual without having to abide by religious vows or obligations. So too, religion is a square, and spirituality is the rectangle. Specifically, religion is an organized kind of bhakti yoga, an organized kind of a devotional practice. Devotion is important, but there are many other aspects to spirituality, to yoga, such as karma, the actions that we engage in. Dedicating all of our actions to the divine, doing so without any kind of selfish return on investment. That's the essence of karma yoga, which is important too. That we are engaging in action not for the benefit of material rewards or the avoidance of material punishments, but for the welfare of all beings, as a seva, as a service. Jnana yoga too is important. The path of knowledge, of cultivating a deep understanding. One can attain the ultimate without ever having to step foot in a church, or a mosque, or a temple, or a monastery, or a synagogue, or a mandir. In fact, one can reach the ultimate liberation without ever cracking open the Bible, or Quran, or Torah, or Vedas, or Guru Granth Sahib. So if these things are associated with religion, they are a genuine expression of spirituality. But spirituality knows no bounds, cannot be bound by anything in particular. There is always something more. That was a bit of a longer answer. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Jeannie, for your rose, and Brave Bella for another trio of roses. Hello, Jacqueline. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. Brave Bella, you had asked if I ever have no answer to something. I don't think I can answer that question. Huh? Get it? You set me up for it. But even then, that is an answer, isn't it? You're funny, Taylor. You had asked, do you guys want to hear a joke about ghosts? E to Infinity replies, yes. Taylor says, that's the spirit. I love that. All right, I would like to ask you all a question of the day, if you don't mind. Today I'm wondering from you all, what is an area of growth that you see in yourself? I would love to know. I think it's important. And I'd love to hold space for kind of awareness for all the things in life that we see an improvement upon possible. You don't have to be specific with it, nor do you have to answer at all, but I would love to explore this with you. Hello, dear Chloe. Mr. Mate, you share willpower. You have much more willpower. I'm happy to hear that. Latvian Gems, you would like me to ask again. What is an area of growth that you see in yourself? Your willpower too, April. Emily, you share. Yours is surrendering to apologizing even when you don't feel you were wrong. That can be a very difficult thing to do. Parag, you share intentional and animalistic movement. Very interesting. Vanessa, you share patience is something your grandma always taught you, and now you're teaching her how to be patient with herself. Oh, how the turntables. It's a beautiful full circle and a chance to give back the very same teaching that she taught you. I love that. Haley, you share that you've improved your connection to the divine, but need to rid yourself of being quick to anger. Baby steps. And anger always has a use when it is performed healthily for setting boundaries rather than crossing them. But it's a last resort. Self-acceptance, shares Genie. I love that. Yes, very important. And thank you, FDU, for the heart me that you've sent as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Vanessa, thank you for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Rachel, you share that the older you become, the more you appreciate the small things. Gratitude for you. Beautiful. King Mikey, you share your belly. Well, you are well fed. That's important. Iroronov, you share your mind and body. You haven't tapped in yet what it's capable of. I'm sure you shall. Josand, you share you've been growing a lot in being present and responding to life with kindness. I'm so happy to hear that. Liv, you share that you can be proud. That can be difficult. Grooven, you share your ability to set boundaries and do what's best for yourself, even though it results in grief. That's a very powerful lesson. Patience and love, shares Talon. Mindfulness and meditation, shares Alex. Beautiful. Jacqueline, you share your self-confidence. Even if you sometimes still doubt, you can't deny it. But what a beautiful example of that. Brave Bella, you share pushing yourself outside your comfort zone. Just reached a long-time goal of being a pilot. Well, how wonderful is that? And I hope you continue to soar high above the world. Badarmal, you share being able to trust people again. Trust issues so bad they sabotage all types of relationships for you. I'm so happy that you see growth in that for yourself. In setting boundaries, shares crossfires. I almost said in crossing boundaries, shares set fires. Yes, setting boundaries. Very difficult skill, isn't it? Ingrid, you share something you're better at than before, something you need to work on, you're clarifying. You are welcome to interpret it either way. Maybe both if you want. Eveline, you share to be at peace with yourself, your surroundings, the universe. Colby, you share reconnecting to your emotions. You've been disconnected as long as you can remember. We are meant to have them as humans. I can't imagine a human experience without them. Hello, Sean. Chloe, you share that you don't know, and that's okay, you don't have to know. Ragnhildur, you share that I have helped you to have a more healthy self-love. And you are thanking me for this beautiful space. Well, thank you for being here, and thank you for finding all of that possible within yourself. Keep dropping my mouse. Being responsible, shares Chloe. That's a good one. Isabella, you share clarity in navigating throughout your love life. That's important. Becoming impossible to bait, shares Orla. Having viveka, discernment. Hello, AJ. You are wondering what my aims and goals are for my content. My goal is just to express my experience in case anyone else needs to hear it. And I have no goal for growth, no goal for expanding my platform unless it will help reach those who need to hear any of these lessons that I've learned myself, and so that I can reflect on the things that I've experienced, process them, and to learn from people like you. All in all, it all takes place for me right now, and so in this moment, I feel like my goal, my aim is being reached, since this is where it all takes place. Hello, Tom. Hello, Hexakind. Kiki, you share that you see people's mistakes as your own. You understand people better. That's beautiful. And Heather, you ask, how do you stop missing someone? Or why would you want to suppress such a genuine and valid feeling? You are fully allowed to miss someone. And it doesn't take away from your experience. In fact, it carves out another layer to your existence, a deepening of your feelings. You are fully allowed to have this feeling. Just know that everything that they are is truly inseparable from you. This is what it means to be a part of the source. All the impressions they've made on you, they are one with you. Their essence is always with you. It's just that their physical presence may be in a new form somewhere else in this universe. Dreamy T, you share that you don't let your anger get the best of you anymore. You remain at peace. I'm happy to hear that. Bob, you share being closer to the inner self. Natalia, you share being less shy. And Shannon, you share saying no to temptations, which are not good for you. Belt, you share that you quit cigarettes. That's one of the hardest things to do. Mrs. Gummy, you share loving yourself more. Nitro Girls, you share a more holistic understanding of spirituality and different unique paths in which many people take and the wisdom it brings. Well, what a beautiful one that is, Tom. Thank you for sharing that. Talon, you are growing in tears and anxiety meds. Well, I'm happy that you feel more and more comfortable to express yourself through your tears, and that you are getting the medical help that you need at this time. Premonitions, you share self-awareness for your shadow side. Ingrid, you share being present. Badarma, you share being a little bit less lazy. And hello, Edmund. Now, Latvian Gems, you're wondering if we can talk about the crown chakra. Indeed. In fact, we're just about to crack open the chakra book. Alright. You know, there are just so many wonderful answers today. Thank you. I'm gonna have to pause it now, but how much growth is possible? Clearly a lot. So, thank you all for allowing me to bring our awareness to the things that are possible within you. You serve as a beautiful example of the potential that exists in this universe. You are perfect in your potential and all that will manifest. Alright. And Rage Nerd, we'll end with a fun one. You are growing into your genes. They fit before, but they are about not to. I like that. Alright, yes. Why don't we crack open the Chakra book? This is The Hidden Power in Humans by Paramahansa Swami Maheshwarananda, the guru of Ushabai, who sent this to me from Serbia for us to read. We've been going through the chakras one at a time. Now we are in the third human chakra, which is the Manipura chakra, the city of jewels. Alright. Akira, first you want me to ask, you want me to share my answer to the question of the day. True, I forget to answer myself. Where do I see the most growth for me? In my personal life, I've been doing much better at setting boundaries too, and I think it's so important for ensuring a healthy dynamic in the roles that we can play for others. It has a lot to do with roles. Although we are not our roles, we find expression through them. And setting boundaries helps others know how we can be in service to them in the ways that we are capable of, and not in the ways that they may seek in us. And I think that's important to set. Alright. Now, let me start recording. Let us go on with our discussion of the Manipura chakra. It is tremendously important for both our physical and mental health that we consume healthy, energy-giving food that has a pure, positive vibration. Before we eat, we should find out where the food has come from and what qualities it contains. It is not only the nutrients that are important, but also the subtle vibrations of the spiritual energy. The subtle vibrations of the food, which have a marked effect on the body, mind, and our spiritual energy. I skipped a sentence. These vibrations can considerably alter our physical well-being, our thoughts, feelings, and vitality. A basic question we should put to ourselves is the food we are eating connected with the pain, suffering, or death of any living being? Daily, hundreds of thousands of animals are cruelly slaughtered for consumption. Apart from the fact that meat is detrimental for our physical health, it is also extremely harmful for our consciousness and has serious karmic consequences. Just as they are still doing today, yogis have been warning people for thousands of years about the karmic consequences of killing animals, and also the danger to their health caused by the consumption of meat. A fact which nowadays is undeniable with the spreading of animal diseases such as BSE, foot and mouth disease, swine fever, etc., and also the illnesses generated from the feeding of antibiotics and hormones to animals and the superbugs that it creates. Together with the meat that we consume, we absorb the vibration of the fear of death, the pain and the despair of the animal. This fear sinks into the subconscious and comes to light in our dreams and meditation. How subtly the food works can be seen in the following story. A yogi lived in a little hut outside a village, and each day the villagers provided him with a meal. In the village lived a thief, who also wanted to gain the blessings of the yogi. So one day he went and offered the yogi a meal, but the yogi refused to accept anything from him. Hurt, the thief left and changed his plan. He then instructed the owner of a cafe to prepare and deliver a midday meal to the yogi, for which he paid. The owner carried out the instructions, and the yogi ate the meal, not suspecting that the thief had paid for it. During his evening meditation, a very peculiar thought suddenly arose in the mind of the yogi. He had a compulsive desire to acquire the gold statue of Krishna from the temple. The longing for it was so strong that in the middle of the night he crept into the temple and stole the statue of Lord Krishna. But he was observed by the guard, who immediately ran into the village and sounded the alarm. The yogi ran as quickly as he could down toward the river with the golden Krishna under his arm. He jumped into the water and then abruptly stopped. The cold water had brought clarity to his confused thoughts, and he became conscious of just what he had done and of the awkward situation he now found himself in as the villagers approached him, shouting angrily. With great presence of mind, the yogi decided on a ruse. He acted as though he were performing a puja, a religious ceremony. As his pursuers approached, they saw what appeared to be a ritual bathing of the form of Krishna, with the yogi chanting mantras. This calmed them down enough, and afterwards they returned with the yogi to reinstall the statue in its rightful place. It was completely incomprehensible to the yogi how his mind was able to have become so confused. Then it occurred to him to ask a man who had brought him his last meal. He called him and questioned about where the food had come. This person then admitted that the thief was the true donor of the meal. Now the yogi was clear about where the desire to steal had come from. Vibrations of the thoughts of the thief were in the food, and it was in this way that they had been transmitted to him. To neutralize bad vibrations and influences that we are unaware of within our food, it is recommended that we say a prayer before eating. This transforms the subtle vibrations of the food and has a harmonizing influence on the Manipura, the solar plexus chakra. But a prayer said at the beginning of a meal still does not give us a karmic license. It is unable to protect us from the harmful substances or from the karmic consequences that arise from the consumption of meat due to the slaughter or from condoning the slaughter of animals. The divine is the source, the creator of all living beings, so how can he be happy when we destroy his creation? This sequence of mantras is a very beautiful prayer to repeat before eating. Om Anna Bhurne Sada Bhurne Shankara Prana Valabhe Jnana Vairagya Siddharte Bhiksham Dehi Cha Bharvati Mata Cha Parvati Devi Pita Devo Maheshwaraha Bandhavah Shiva Bhaktascha Swadesho Bhuvanatrayam Om Purnamidah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhan Sambadha Shatru Budhir Vinashaya Dipa Jyotir Namostute Om Deep Jyoti Bhara Brahma Deepam Sarve Mohanam Deepanam Sajatase Sarvam Sandhya Deepam Sarva Satyam Om Brahma Pranam Brahma Havir Brahmagna Brahmana Hutam Brahmaiva Dena Gantavyam Brahma Karma Samadhina Om Shanti 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 Om Namah Parvati Pataye Hara Hara Mahadeva Hara. The fire of the Manipura chakra is a sacred power. It is the flame of life into which the yogi sacrifices not only their food, but also their conscious breathing, their pranayama. When we understand that the taking of food and oxygen are acts of giving, not taking, then these activities acquire great spiritual significance. And with that, we'll pause our reading of The Hidden Power in Humans there for now. So, thank you for listening. And now we may return to our regular format and discuss whatever is on our hearts and minds in this Sangha. Thank you, dear Shakira, for the heart me you sent earlier. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jai, thank you for your pair of finger hearts. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your pair of disco loves. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Gandalf, your sister Lena says hi and namaste. Namaste, dear Lena. Namaste means Namaha Te. Namaha means I bow to. Te means to you. Namaste means I bow to you. Why am I bowing to you? Because I recognize that the source of all things is manifest in you, just as it is in me. But because, as it is in me, I am seeing through, I am unable to see the source within me. So I must turn to that source within you to get the spiritual wisdom I require. For in you there is a reflection of all that is possible within me. Thus I look for all the things that you have realized, that you are a reflection of. Therefore I may learn at your feet, regardless of who is before me. Namaste. And thank you, dear Babel Fishy, for the rose you sent too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Kent and Lisa, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Bob, you shared that you actually decided last week you are not going to eat meat. Now you know why. It has much spiritual benefit. Take care of your body. The transition from any diet is going to be the hardest. So stick with it if you are committed to it. Naturally, you might find that a transition, slow transition is going to be easiest for you. For me, it was over many years where I slowly moved from beef to pork, to chicken, to fish, and then to, other seafood. And then at the moment, I feel comfortable just being a lacto-vegetarian. That is to say, just eating holistic dairy products. That is the only animal product that I eat at the moment. But that took many, many years. It wasn't overnight. It wasn't like I had a steak and then the next day I woke up, I'm never going to eat meat again. It was a very natural taper that took a while. So whatever your body needs for this transition, and keep track of all your vitamins, you know? We have become dependent on many nutrients, so get blood tests, check in with your doctor, see what they recommend to you. Thank you, dear Scott, for your rose as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Who was it that asked what the best emotion is? Eveline. What is the best emotion? You're funny. You're funny. What is the best note on a piano? What is the best color in the rainbow? Now, it doesn't matter what you said the best note on the piano is. You can't make a song out of that one note. Doesn't matter what color you think is the best in the rainbow. You can't paint a painting with just one color. We require contrast in life. We require the dissonance between one note and another, or the harmony, the same way we do for other colors. Emotions are just as diverse as frequencies of color or sound. So too, there is no best emotion in this sense. Life requires a harmony of all of them coming together. You're allowed to feel all the feelings, so long as you don't get carried away by any one of them in particular. They each have their purpose. Well said, Groovin. Thank you. No vanity, thank you for the disco love you sent you sent a moment ago. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Lucy, for your 6 roses too. Om Sum Saryaya Namaha. And Lone Wolf, thank you for your trio of finger hearts and your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! Happy Friday, Shannon. Jakira, you ask, how do we find our purpose in life? Well, asking that question is a good place to start. Not just because it would lead you to your purpose, but because having the ability to ask that in the first place, that is very purposeful, isn't it? Just imagine that all creatures were born with the understanding of everything. They didn't have to go and search for anything new. Maybe when it comes to an ideal Hollywood story, that sounds pretty perfect. But I think you'll find very quickly that such a life is not very interesting. In fact, there is not a lot of purpose in a world in which everyone already knows the answers to everything. What wonder would there be in the world? Imagine being a baby and you look at a tree and you go, yeah, whatever, it's a tree. I know everything there is to know about a tree. Yeah, the sky's there. I know everything there is to know about the sky. You're my mom, you're my dad, your name is Jim. This plant is evolved from this species. I know everything. What more would there be to do? Isn't the joy in life how much there is to do that has not been done yet? How much there is to know that has not been known yet? How much there is to learn? How much there is to grow? how much room there is for discovery, for the creative process, for making mistakes and reflecting on them. To me, that is the most purposeful. So, your humble question of finding out how you can find purpose sounds pretty purposeful to me. And what an answer that is. It's the lack of an answer. And yet the lack of an answer answers so many other questions. Thank you, Veronica, for your quintet of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Kiki, for your rose too. Namashakti Shivaya. Nume, you are wondering, what is my opinion on lead being found in period products? Not being enough research on women's health. Sounds like we should do more research on women's health. And we should listen to the elders, especially indigenous elders. You know, women have been having periods long before we started making commercial products. So, how did they survive before then? There must have been a holistic intuition, a holistic understanding that did not require the reliance on many products. That's not to say the efficacy of the products today isn't there. There are absolutely many products that are tried, tested, and invented by women, for women. Like the menstrual cup, oh my goodness. So I have heard that is perhaps one of the only instruments to collect the blood and other discharge that actually does not take away from so much of your life, doesn't it? Yes, we should be listening to women on these matters. And so, as someone that in this life does not have the female genitive organs, how can I speak on behalf of those that do? I can only relay what I have heard from them, so you should probably go to them directly on this matter. Now, Shakira, you share, it's just so random to go to work every day and feel like you're not doing what was made for, but then it's like, well, how do you even find out? Trial and error is such a long process, but it is the way. And that's a genuine expression of how you are feeling at this moment. And that's completely valid, as it is understandable. It's not what we do, but it's how we do it. It's the meaning that we put behind our action. Whatever your work is, how can you see it as a seva, a service? How can you imbue bhakti, loving devotion into it? And what can you learn? What sort of jnana, knowledge, wisdom is possible through this experience? Hi, Bridget, you shared that you are so in tune with your body. You know when you're going to lay an egg. Now I'm just imagining you like a chicken. But I understand. You mean when you are ovulating. That's wonderful. It's beautiful when we can get to such a place where we feel so connected to our body. That's very important, isn't it? Be to infinity. You are wondering if I've ever sensed other spirits or souls in my dreams while sleeping. I am sure that if you had the same dreams that I do, you would probably feel like there are many souls and spirits entering and exiting the experience of dream. But in my spiritual practice, I see only one spirit, one soul, just as I am when I am here before you. It is not that there is one soul here and 99 in the form of an audience. There is one soul here, partially in the form of a presenter by the name of Yamsox, and 99 in the form of an audience. So too in my dreams, it's all just one being. It's all Atma, it's all the self. So I don't differentiate between other spirits or souls. It's all part of this soul, my very own one, your very own one, our very own one. So we have different minds, different bodies. We are all a expression of one unified source. So whatever comes to me, it is just another expression of the very same source that I am. Ears, you're wondering what I make of Christianity. What a powerful force Christianity is. The story of the Christ is so full of passion that it is where we get the word passion, from the passion of the Christ. It is a force unlike any other, so unique that it gives rise to such a diversity of experiences for billions of people, as by number the largest religion on the planet. It took a long time for me to see the value in Christianity, since I was not raised in it. As an outsider, all I could really see is that a lot of harm has been done in the name of Christianity. How many wars have been fought? How many people have been shunned from their families? How much trauma have people experienced within a church? These are all the things that I was aware of when I was growing up. And so a lot of resentment grew between me and Christianity, and by extension, all of religion. Because for me, I felt like Christianity was an expression of religion. And it is. But it was the only one I was familiar with. So I started to look at all of religion in the same way. I became very scientifically minded and thought that the answers to everything must be found through skeptical, logical rationality, not relying on the authority of religious preachers or ancient books, or just what your grandfather did because their grandfather did because their grandfather did, etc. But eventually I found my way to spirituality, and for me so much of life opened up, and I realized that all of my problems with religion, with a concept of a God, it was a problem with people. People doing things in the name of that they really have no business doing. And once I was able to look past people who call themselves religious, people who call themselves a member of a certain practice, I realized that when it comes to the original essence of religion, very few people in the world exhibit those virtues, the very same virtues that most people claim to be representing. That it's very rare to find someone that truly understands the deep spiritual context of these esoteric scriptures. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that those who truly understand the deepest spiritual truths of religion cannot even be said to be religious themselves. So it's been a journey for me and how I understand what it even means to have a religion, be spiritual, or believe in something greater than oneself, because there is so much nuance at the level of the human being. And thank you, dear Peter, for the rose you sent a few minutes ago. And uniquely evil, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Wes is wondering how come the police don't get this scam down. Probably because I don't offer anything that costs money. How can I scam you if I'm not asking for anything? However, people do use my likeness to create many different impersonating accounts. And because they value the trust that is between me and my viewers, they take advantage of that out of a scam so that they can benefit from it too. But the truth is, as it says in my bio, I offer no services. Everything I do is for free. If I message you, it's not me, and this is my only account. I believe that it is not mine to take resources from you, because doing so implies that I need something from you in order to be happy. But actually, my happiness is not guaranteed by receiving. That source of love within me, within you, within everyone, it can only find expression through giving. So I dedicate my time every day to doing these live streams, to going through my messages, always for free. Because the moment I charge even a single penny, that assumes that something within me is missing. So how can I share these things if that is the case? For anything meaningful to be delivered, it must come from a place of acceptance, wholeness, well-being. The only way I can ensure that is by giving without any expectation of return. Now, tears, you were wondering, where do I find spirituality? Where is the starting point? You are the starting point. No, seriously. Spirituality isn't a quest that you can embark on. It is the only quest that we are ever on. All of life moves in the direction to understand our spirit. Though we have used the word spirit in many ways since the coinage of this term, spirituality literally means the path to the self. To understand why we have this conscious experience of this universe, what our role is within it. That is something you can experience in everything. Because wherever you go, there you are. And as spirit, you have been leading yourself by breadcrumbs back to yourself, through yourself, and for yourself. For me, my spiritual journey opened up through mathematics of all things. As I was asking questions at the nature of set theory and how this whole universe is conceived as classes of sets containing sets containing sets containing sets, everything just made up of sets. This is the position of set theory, the modern foundation for mathematics, that everything in the mathematical universe, which is then applied to fit the physical universe also, is made up of sets. And a set just is a thing that can either contain other things or not. This is very interesting, that everything can be described in terms of a container. Containers containing containers, just in different combinations of containment. What is a container? If not just a kind of acknowledgement, an inclusive awareness at the abstract level of sets in set theory. Well, that sounds a lot like the nature of our existence at the level of consciousness. All we are is just an inclusive awareness. In our awareness, we include our mind and our body and our friends and our beliefs and our thoughts and our emotions and everything else. And everything else is just an inclusive awareness of the things that they contain, etc. So through mathematics, I came to a realization that everything was awareness, just in different combinations. Pure consciousness. And if that sounds familiar, it's because that's what the ancient sages have been saying for millennia. That the truth of all things is that you are Chaitanya, pure awareness. All that is true, all that is blissful is Chitta, consciousness. That's why they call the nature of the self Satchitananda, truth, consciousness, bliss. It is through subdivisions that awareness creates this whole world of forms to experience, and that is why we are all one in a universal field of consciousness. Thank you, dear M, for the balloons you sent a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Eveline, thank you for Tom's hug. Oh, is that a little teddy bear named Tom? That's very sweet. Om Dum Durgai Namaha. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. And Psychedelic Karma, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one back to you too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, Starlight Wow, for your teeny tiny yippee. And Eveline for another heart me. Thank you. And thank you, Psychedelic Karma, for another finger heart and love you. Plenty of love to go around. Joe Nathan, you share that you're on at least your 10th derailment in life where you build up to be successful, quit, and be a bum. Tired of exploitation. It is the nature of life to build ourselves in this way and then find ourselves at the ground floor again, ready to deconstruct all that we've learned, to learn again in another way. For as long as we believe that success comes from what we do in the world, then we are destined to suffer under this cycle of existence. Remember, we have come into this world with no money, no clothes, no cars, no homes, no partners, no jobs, no degrees, no words to speak. we will go out of this world in the very same fashion. But why do we put so much emphasis on what happens in between if we know we have to give it all up again? Therefore, to be successful in life is not a matter of what we gain from the world, because everything we gain must be temporary, isn't it? It's in what we give to the world. Though we have not come into this world with anything material we call our own, we have come into this world with something else, and that's our spiritual potential. It is that spiritual potential which is able to alleviate so many sufferings of this world. You are a very source of possibility. You give possibility to the world through your very ajna, through your very visionary command of it. In this way, we are successful, not measured by the more that we have, but measured by how much we have given. How much of a possibility within yourself have you expressed? This higher seeking is eternal. And just as there is no limit to the possibility that can be expressed through you, there is no limit to the number of lifetimes in which you can express yourself. Truthfully, we have nothing to attain in the world. But we have everything to attain in spirit. And the only way to attain that is to surrender our longing for the material. Now, Stephen, you share that I say that, but why do you feel so horrible since Rebecca went home? Because you love her, and you have dedicated your own capacity for possibility to her, and are still learning in all the ways which you can bring out that very possibility, even when her physical presence is not there. One day, it is possible that there will be a time where Rebecca is not in your life anymore, physically. It is a good practice to learn how you can still feel like you are one with her, even when she is in another place physically. All of the love you have dedicated to her physical presence, we can dedicate in other ways to her spiritual presence, which has not left your own beingness. It is there with you always. Vanessa, you ask, what are good ways for neurodivergent people to give? As a neurodivergent person, you are already giving. How? By showing people what's possible. Neurodivergent just means spiritual. What it means to be materialistically minded is to be neurotypical. Why so? Because we measure the neurotypical based on how much they contribute to society, how they are able to fit into this material world. If they are able to be successful materially, we call them neurotypical, don't we? But if they are sensitive to other dimensions of life than the typical, if they have an increased awareness for subtle forms of information that travel as an epiphenomenon on the five senses, like the feelings of those around you, the tone or intention upon which someone expresses their voice, how their eyes are moving, the taste, color, texture, or temperature of their food, how things are arranged in a room, what it means to see a certain combinations of shapes. All of this points to a heightened sensitivity to life beyond the material phenomenon. We call these people spiritual or neurodivergent. The more spiritual you become, the less neurotypical you will seem. It is just that we have not built society to accommodate those who are spiritual. In fact, the more spiritual you become, the less you will be able to relate with society, isn't it? There are those who deem it as a disorder of the mind, and though that is literally true, according to the definition, that it creates a disorder in the way you are able to fall in place in this world, in your home, in your family, in your school, in your job. It is the very nature for spiritual people to throw a wrench in the mechanism. So neurodivergent people are already giving to the world by showing it what's possible. That said, being neurodivergent does not mean you have to suffer. In some sense, we can differentiate between those who are spiritual and those who are neurodivergent. The difference is that those who are neurodivergent just have yet to create a spiritual order through a sadhana, through a routine spiritual practice like meditating or puja or karma yoga, bhakti, dhyana yoga, different practices which create a spiritual structure in your life. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your quintet of fires that you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Jay Sullivan, for your subscription. I'm always happy to have lovely beings like yourself here to connect with on the spiritual path. Radhe Radhe. Laditha, if I pronounce your name right, you ask, should people have the fear of death? Death should be a great motivator. As long as we correctly understand what it is that's dying. We are not the one that dies along with the body. It is simply the body that dies. And your body will die. But that does not mean this is your one chance at expressing yourself. What a cruel universe that would be. The farther one progresses on the spiritual path, the more obvious it is that this universe is anything but cruel. Human beings are cruel, animals are cruel. But this universe at large is the greatest source of causeless mercy that can be imaginable. It simply does not make sense for all that is possible within your consciousness to only have one shot at it within this life, and then you are succumbed to some eternal existence in death. It is not the nature of how anything works in our experience. So in this way, understand that as this body goes, another one comes. But still, everything that you have made so far in this life, you have to make use of it as long as you have the chance. Because you're not going to get this body again. You're not going to get this family again. You're not going to get this similar perspective, the same perspective again, since your experience through this body is so unique. So we have to use that as much as possible. And as long as we are doing so, how can we fear? Because the only thing to fear, therefore, is that you don't take advantage of the uniqueness of this experience. If you are doing that, then there's nothing to fear. Jacqueline, you share that you can't see any animal as cruel. What I mean is, in the animal kingdom, there is a lot of violence. We cannot ignore that. That a cheetah rips out the throat of many of its prey. That is a very violent thing to do. But that doesn't mean it's wrong for doing it. It's just the nature of it. That's its dharma. That's how it feeds itself. That's how it feeds its children, etc. for food. It's in that way that I mean that animals are cruel. But as a human being, though we've inherited that same aspect, that we genuinely have the capacity to do the same thing, God forbid, we have an awareness of something higher. Namely, God, namely the source, namely spirit, namely whatever you want to call it. It's with this higher understanding that we don't have to do it. And therefore we have the unique ability in a human life to transcend the cruelty that other predators have. But we're all part of the animal kingdom together. That's for sure. It is natural. Starlight, wow, you are wondering, what does Hari Om Tat Sat mean? That's H-A-R-I, Hari. Hari refers to a form of the divine, which is all-powerful. I believe Hari literally means the all-powerful one. Om is a sacred syllable that you know of. It is what we use in meditation. It represents 4 things because it has 4 components. Ah is the creation. Ooh is the preservation. Is the destruction. And the silence thereafter is the impersonal consciousness which pervades it all. All together. That sacred sound represents the entirety of the goings-on of the universe in its ability to create, preserve, and destroy, and in its ability to be conscious. Hari Om means that Hari, that Om, Tat Sat. That is the truth. Tat means that. Sat is the truth. Hari Om Tat Sat. That all-powerful divinity, responsible for creation, preservation, and destruction of the whole universe, and as its presiding consciousness, that is the truth. Hari Om Tat Sat. It is Sanskrit as well. Jay, you shared that you get sad about the selfishness that we humans operate within. The good news is that just as we see cruelty in the world, there is a possibility to do something different. We can be that guiding light that the world needs to see. But first, we have to recognize that that is a possibility within us that we are consciously choosing not to engage in. Now, thank you, dear Sultan, for the whole galaxy that you sent. That's very kind of you. You bring so much light into this universe, perhaps parallel with the light that a whole galaxy sheds on the cosmos. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, dear Yana. Thank you, Jay Sullivan, for the heart me too. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for the disco love. Jai Sita Ram. And Vanessa, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Brahm Bharvaya Namo Namaha. And Diana, thank you for your heart me. And thank you, Kita, for your pair of tiny diamonds. Yippee! Hello, Kita. I've been well, thank you for asking. Michael, you ask, how do you meditate correctly? Well, the good news about meditation is that there must not be any correct form, nor any incorrect form. In this sense, this is important because if you are meditating, and if you believe there is a correct or incorrect form, then that's where your awareness is going to be. You're going to be thinking, am I sitting up straight? Do I need to go to the bathroom? How long should I meditate? Is it okay if my legs fall asleep for a few minutes? Should I be doing more yoga? Oh, I'm not meditating on my breath. Let me bring it back to my breath. In this way, you'll just be meditating about meditating. You'll be thinking about all the things you should be doing. Now, that's good for any other thing in life. If we are at work, we should be thinking about how we can do our best at work. If we are driving our car, we should be thinking how we are driving it correctly or incorrectly. That's good. But meditation is an exception. Because the point is to bring our awareness beyond the dualities and conflicts that exist in our mind. If we're thinking in terms of correct or incorrect, then we're still going to be identified with the mind. It's very rare to meditate. We do a lot of preparation for meditation. For example, you may sit cross-legged, put your hands in your lap and bring your mind to your breath, or chant Om. But is that meditating? There's an analogy. We can lay in our bed, we can close our eyes, we can shut our blinds and put our sleep mask on. But is that sleeping? As many of us so painfully are aware of, you could be doing everything right, so to speak, but still not be sleeping. So there's something more to sleep than just what we do with our body, with our mind. What we do is we prepare for sleep, and then by grace sleep comes or it does not. So too, we can prepare for meditation, and then by grace meditation comes or it does not. And much like sleep, you only know when you have slept after the fact. When you wake up, then you go, oh, I was sleeping. So too, in meditation, 1 second. I think I swallowed a bug. Oh, the bug. Poor bug. Now it is protein. Do a prayer for the bug that's now in my tummy. Sarve bhavantu sukhinaha. May all beings be happy. Similarly, you can't be conscious of the fact that you're meditating while meditating. Only after would there be a revelation, oh, I had lost my sense of self in that moment. So, in this way, counterintuitive answer to the correct way to meditate is to not be so bothered. You will surprisingly be the most successful in meditation when you're not concerned about the success of your meditation. You feel free to lose yourself. If you feel like you're a beginner on the spiritual path, meditation might not be the thing for you. Rather, it's about being meditative. Meditative means that we're not searching some experience. And this is what we could be wanting through meditations. We want some profound, deep spiritual experience. But doing so makes the very same assumption that we do when we're going forth in search of any other experience, like trying to get that millionth dollar, or the car of our dreams, or a dream job, is that if we put our sense of happiness in something we have yet to attain, then how can we find that fullness now? And that's what being meditative is about. It's not about bringing closer some experience that isn't yet. It's about bringing yourself to the experience that has always been, that is now, in this moment, even if you're not aware of it. With that understanding, there's no need to worry about a meditative regiment, where you have to cross your legs and put your hands in your lap and do a certain mudra and mantra. You can bring yourself to the present moment wherever you are. We just find expression, fullness, gratitude, love, all things worthy of awareness. We find the possibility that exists in this moment, the potential. And you can be meditative wherever you go. Thank you, dear Marla, for the 3 roses you sent. Radhe Radhe. And Stanina, thank you for your 10 cloud breads. Dum Durgaye Namaha. I love that, Jay. You share that meditation for you is complete acceptance of the current moment. I love that. Sammy, you're wondering if I see blue lights. Does blue light mean anything to me? Well, by itself, it is the color of the sky, of the ocean, of the throat chakra. But it requires the existence of other colors. We need the whole rainbow in order to experience the beauty of all colors. You may see various colors arise in meditation, but if you become concerned with them, then again your attention goes away from being meditative and back to what should or should not be happening. If an experience arises in meditation, like some colors, it's part of the experience. Like all things are, allow yourself to be unmoved by the colors of the experience. just as we should allow ourselves to be unmoved by the sounds of our experience, by the temperature, by the texture. We move towards a sensitivity where we perceive these things but are not identified with them. Michael, you shared that. So, meditation is what makes you calm and present no matter how you do it, as long as you get incident. That's a good definition for meditation. And I just made a video on the nature of the techniques we use to become calm, to become present. And the conclusion of that video is that it doesn't matter the technique, because it's not the method which makes you calm and present. It's because calmness and presence is your natural state. It is your inherent existence. Just by allowing yourself to be exactly how you are in this moment, as a full expression of life, you will naturally be calm, be present, because it's simplicity itself. The last word was autocorrect. I was wondering, but the sentiment of your message came across just the same. And thank you, dear spiritual vibes, for the rose you sent too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Om Namah Shivaya. Welcome, Professor Tom. And that is true, Scott. If you have a guru or teacher, then what they teach you is probably the best way to meditate. Faithful being, you share that I was right and you were wrong. I don't remember there being any sort of debate between us. You can't think of an original thought. You said Social Security last question of the day, but someone thought of it first. It just depends on what we mean. In a sense, all thoughts are new, because they carry with it meaning that is exclusive to the unique experience you've had. At the same time, no thought is new because it carries with it elements that have already existed. We are combinators, always making new combinations of things which already exist. Hello, Jordan. And hello, Jai Beam. And good morning, Joe Alba from Switzerland. Thank you for your question, Sammy. Thank you, Joe Alba, for your trio of roses too. Om Sum Saryaya Namaha. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your tiny yippee and your finger heart. Here's one for you. That is what you realized, faithful being, but you were a fool. Oh, we are all fools because we are all capable of being foolish. We are all goofballs because we're all capable of being goofy. It's good not to take ourselves so seriously, as long as you don't hold that against yourself. Michael, you shared that you recently started reading a poetry book and it helps calm your mind. I love that. Poetry can lead us back into the presence by breaking us free of the typical, rigid structures, but bending words and thereby meaning itself to its limit. Thus we find ourselves in a liminal state beyond this feeling that the world is any one way in particular, but it is an amalgamation of an infinite number of experiences and perspectives that come together to form one. Valen, you share you hold too many self-grudges. That's understandable. We just have so many expectations for ourselves because we know what's possible within us. And we know how precious our time and resources are. Still, holding a grudge will only keep ourselves back from achieving the very thing that we wish to achieve. I think in this way it's so vital that we forgive ourselves so that we can free up more energy to accomplish that which we are destined to do. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for another heart me. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Now, speaking of poetry, why don't we read from another section of the pocket Rumi. Rumi is a wonderful Sufi poet that we've been reading a poem from every so often. I'd love to read this poem with you, just as a little interim. This poem by Rumi is called Whispers of Love. Very short. I hope you enjoy it. Love whispers in my ear. Better to be a prey than a hunter. Make yourself my fool. Stop trying to be the sun and become a speck. Dwell at my door and be homeless. Don't pretend to be a candle. Be a moth, so you may taste the savor of life and know the power hidden in serving. That is Whispers of Love by Rumi. Very beautiful. I think we all have been taught to become dominant, to become aggressive, to become one in search of power. But where will that lead, if not to a place in which we do not feel happy? Because there is always something that is going to be outside of our control, something we do not have power over. In this way, it is better to become a servant than a master. We may be masters of ourselves, but servants of the universe and the self within all beings. In this way, we only have to give, and the only thing we have to control is our desire not to. Thank you for listening. Seasick, you're wondering if I am Canadian. I was born in Canada, and I live in Canada. I guess that makes what you see as Canadian. But We are inhabitants not just of our country of origin, but of the whole world. And so I feel bound in love, not just to those that share the same geographical boundaries, but for those that share the same possibility at life. And that possibility knows no bounds. Thank you, dear Alfie, for the quartet of ice cream cones that you sent to. Hare Krishna. Absolutely, poetry is a form of self-presence, like meditation. Anything in which you feel free to express yourself is one of the ways in which we allow ourselves to be vulnerable, to be here now. Isn't it so? If we didn't feel comfortable being here now, then why should we express ourselves? Doing so would only make us stand out in alleged danger. So to express oneself implies that there is no danger, or that any danger that is perceived is not something that limits my being. And so we feel allowed to be here now. And Delaney, you are wondering, have I ever done psychedelics to get this mindset or no? If no, how did I do it? I believe that this mindset does not require any psychedelic. That said, I have used them in my life before, and it has been many years since then. I consider the psychedelic to be the brain's back door. If you are unable to open the door from the front, or if you're unable to open the house from the front door, well, then you go into the back, isn't it? If you are unable to open to life through what is available to you in front, then we have to go backstage. We have to find another way in. For those front doors that are particularly stubborn. I had a particularly stubborn front door, so I required another forceful entry from the back. For most people, this is unnecessary, because along with this opening of life comes with it a lot of trauma. When you take psychedelics, it opens the mind, but all at once. All at once can be dangerous for the psyche, because it can bring with it so much repressed trauma and theoretically karma from past lives too. Why put yourself through such an extreme experience when you're destined to blossom naturally without it? It just may take some more patience. If you are patient with yourself, there is absolutely no requirement of going through some intense experience like this. In the West, we might have popularized the idea of sudden ego death or spontaneous enlightenment. But look around. Does anything really happen instantly, or is there a whole lot of work that goes into facilitating the expression beforehand? There is just as much work required whether you have a psychedelic experience or not. It's just that with a psychedelic experience, the work comes after, and without, the work comes before. So it's like getting a glimpse of the result before you've put in the effort to attain it. And peace does require effort, from some sense. From a very abstract sense, it's effortless. Because once you found it, then there's no need to put effort in maintaining that which is permanent, which is eternal. But until we get to that realization, we have to keep bringing our mind to positive thoughts, to gratitude, to the nature of our true self. It takes a while for it to stick. It takes a lot of effort. And that's okay, because that's all part of the journey too. No, I've never been to New York City, asks Dean. I have never left my home country of Canada as of yet. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for the disco love you sent too. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Lola, for your heart me. Namah Shivaya. I will travel eventually. In fact, my heart is exploring the cultures around the world. My body just has yet to catch up. Trust me. Vincent, you are wondering who is my favorite master. You are. Because you are here before me now, providing me with an opportunity to learn. Lola, you had asked what made me start this lovely wild journey. Well, for that you'll have to ask God. What makes that infinite potential inspire creation? Because it's one thing to have potential, but it's a whole other thing to have that potential come into existence. Isn't it? We all have that potential. God is that potential from an abstract philosophical definition. The potential that exists in all things, that is the source, the place in which everything comes. But even without a universe, imagine it never had happened. Imagine this universe and no universe. Nothing in all the layers of reality existed. Just imagine. In such an alternate timeline, you could say, there's still the potential for something to be. We know this because, well, there is something in this universe. But, what would have stopped the universe from not manifesting? In other words, why is it that something did come of nothing? Why is it that the potential for there to be something was so inspiring that reality manifested from nothing? Why is it that the source of all things inspires existence to be? By the way, I'm not asking in the sense of looking for an answer. I don't believe there is an answer. And I believe that is the wonder of it all. That is the miracle. The miracle itself is that it didn't have to happen, and yet it did. There very well could have been no human experience. No animals, no plants, no earth, no moon, no sun, no stars, no galaxies, no particles, no energy, no space, no time, no light, no darkness, no sound, no silence, no movement, no stillness. And yet we know that that didn't happen, because here we are, What a miracle that is. Who can fathom? So where does the spiritual journey begin? It begins in that potential. And because that potential exists within all beings, as all beings, then everyone has already begun. It's only a matter of time, since we know that it is from the potential the unfolding is inspired. Thank you, dear Laura, for the tiny that you sent as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your disco love. Radhe Radhe. Tuva, you had asked what I think of Nietzsche's eternal recurrence. You'll have to teach me what it is first before I can give you an answer. I have never studied any philosophy. Yam in the jungle shares coal. Isn't it wonderful? So green in my mother's backyard. Eo, you shared that people think the fourth dimension is moving through time, but it's speculation. Well, what is a dimension? We need a good working definition. Is it like Minecraft, where you make a obsidian portal and you step through and now you're in a whole other reality? That's the colloquial term. When we use it in casual conversation by dimension, we probably just mean a whole other way of being. The way of being in the overworld is very different from the nether. Like a plane of existence that we're ascending or descending to. The mathematical definition of a dimension is an independent continuum. An axis. The reason we say that the physical universe in this moment is three-dimensional is because it requires three independent continuums. What's the plural of continuum, I wonder? Continua? In order to describe everything. For example, every place in this universe can be described relative to the center of the earth as having a latitude, a longitude, and an altitude. It requires three independent positions on some measurement system to describe everything in this moment in the physical universe, the physical location of which. For example, just a location on the surface of the earth, which is two-dimensional, just requires two numbers. If you need someone to come and save you, you just give your longitude and your latitude. Those two numbers means that the surface of the earth is two-dimensional. But it's embedded in a three-dimensional space. As such, there's more than just the surface of earth, there's also what's above and what's below it. So if you wanted to describe where a plane is, we need something more than just the two numbers which describe its longitude and latitude. We require another number to describe how high or low something is relative to the surface of the earth. And of course, it all depends on system of measurement that we're using. But generally, it does not matter what system of measurement you're using for the 3D universe. Whatever system of measurement you're using, three numbers is sufficient and necessary to describe the physical location of anything. But those are spatial dimensions. Thank you, how do I pronounce her name? Alisa. I appreciate that. You don't have to say it again. Because if you are saying it again and again, then this means you're saying it for recognition, not just to say it, you know? But I appreciate it regardless. These are the 3 spatial dimensions. But a dimension does not have to be spatial. As long as we're measuring something independent from the other relevant dimensions, then we can add to that list of spatial dimensions. Like time, for example, is independent because not only do things exist with a physical location, they also exist with a temporal location. If you want to be RSVP'd to a celebration, to a wedding, to a birthday, you don't just require the spatial coordinate, you require the temporal coordinate also. That is to say, you need to know when something is occurring. And so in Einstein's theory of general relativity, he says that incorporating time as a 4th component to describe the nature of the universe is important. But that doesn't mean the universe is only 4-dimensional. It means that it has 3 spatial components, 1 temporal component, and other things that we just don't measure when it comes to Einstein's theory. But there are many other independent continuums for things to exist on. For example, in quantum mechanics, there are 3 spatial dimensions, 1 temporal dimension, but also infinite other dimensions corresponding to the wave function. To represent a quantum mechanical system, you technically need infinite dimensions, which is why it's so hard to actually have an accurate simulation of a quantum interaction, unless your interaction respects symmetries that simplifies the infinite dimensions down to just a couple, like in the solution of just a single particle, or maybe 2. But once you get to 3 particles, oh my goodness, good luck with that. We require symmetries to simplify our physics. Anyway, the point of this is to say that the word dimension is multifaceted and can be used in various ways. It's colloquially used to describe just another plane or layer of existence. But mathematically, it can mean anything which is running along an independent axis, like time. But also the human experience at the level of our feelings and emotions. It has so many unique independent axes, like how hungry we are at any moment, or how full of love we are, or how patient we are, or how afraid we are. You know, many of these things can happen all at once. And how hungry you are and how patient you are might not tell you about how full of love you are in that moment. So these are different dimensions to the human experience too. We require a space which is infinitely dimensional in order to accommodate all of the different aspects of life that we can experience in this moment. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for another disco love you sent a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Lola, you're wondering if you can have my intelligence. Just borrow it for a bit. The intelligence, or Bodha in Sanskrit, we develop it based on our experience. And you have had just as much of an experience of life as I have, just in different places. If you feel like the experiences that I have had are more important than yours, although there is an element of humility there that's beautiful, it also negates the experience and the intelligence thereof that you have. And that's just as important. In that way, there is no need for us to have intelligence in an area that we have not yet experienced, because all areas of experience are just as valid of an expression of life. That said, because we all have had different and unique experiences of life, we all have the ability to learn from each other. And in the same way that I am grateful to bring my experience of life to you in these aspects, I am just as grateful to learn from the experiences of life that you've had too. No one experiences life more deeply than another. No experience of life is more real than another either. All of life exists in this moment, no matter how it looks like for you or for me. Therefore, everything that you need to know is here, now. User 435, you share that every time you see me, you feel like you know exactly who my mother is and what she looks like. Well, sometimes she does say hi, but she does have strong genes, I can tell you that for free. Now, Kay, if you're still here, you share that you asked what religion this is. Simple answer: this is a non-denominational space where everyone from various different religions, or none at all, are allowed to gather. I do not consider myself a follower of any particular religion, yet I believe that whatever path you are on, that will take you to the truth that you need. In this way, I feel empowered to even be here for you without a religion myself, because I know we'll all go to the same place. I know that we will all continue on our individual paths towards the ultimate, which encompasses everything. Kaya, you're wondering what the temperature of a given of frostbite is? Do I know? No. I imagine it's probably subtly different depending on your body type. But if you are feeling cold and you are concerned about that, I hope that you take care of your body's need to be warm. The enzymes in our body, they function often at very precise temperatures. Too hot and they denature. Too cold and they are not warm enough to move past different components of itself in order to bind with other protein structures. Our enzymes exist in a delicate balance between hot and cold. 37 degrees Celsius is the perfect temperature for the human body. So keep it at that. And I'm happy that video on karma spoke to you, Derek. And welcome, Hebsi. I imagine I could pronounce your name better. Halen, you're wondering how much that is in Fahrenheit. I believe it's 98, something like that. Yeah. Brian Jackson, you ask, would I say that God is awareness itself? Well, that would be spoiling the spiritual journey. Many of us have yet to discover that. No, it's no secret. It's an open secret that God is awareness itself. Open because anyone can tell you this, but secret because we still might not understand what that means, even if we've heard it phrased like this. So let's move in the direction of understanding this word, awareness. Many people don't realize how profound the word awareness is. We see it as maybe a social movement, that to be aware of something means that we bring our sense of empathy, morality towards this direction. Like when we're raising awareness for a movement, for the wellness of women around the world who are suffering under oppressive conditions, raising awareness for that. Or awareness can mean just keeping track of all of your own faults. Having self-awareness means that we recognize our own limitations. We use awareness generally in this way, but it's so much deeper than that. Awareness is the root of your very being. And I don't mean that poetically. I mean that literally. That all we know to be ourself is awareness. That we would not experience this existence without it, because to experience means to be aware. Either aware of sight or sound or touch or smell or taste or thought. Everything comes and goes from this experience, except for awareness. We've accumulated a body, but have we accumulated awareness? Maybe objects in our experience have accumulated our awareness, but just our very perception, our ability to witness, to be like a camera for this existence, that is our essential nature. Could you imagine what it would be like to have no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no skin, no brain? Without awareness, there would be no being. It is from awareness that everything comes, persists through, and returns to. All that we know through our awareness. It is from awareness that this body has appeared, that it grows old, and it is back unto awareness that it will dissolve. You could think of it like the screen behind a movie. We never think about the movie screen, but technically, all of the movie takes place on the screen. Everything that we know of in the movie, we know because of the screen. Without the screen, there'd be nothing to see. There'd be no seeing. That background of all five senses, the space in which we experience life, that is the awareness. And yet, it's so much deeper than that. Because that awareness knows no bounds. What exists within that awareness absolutely does, like our body, like our mind, and all of the objects of the world. But the very same awareness that permeates my experience is the same awareness of yours, the same awareness of this plant, of all the trees and the birds and the beings of this whole universe. We just don't realize it because we're not identified with the awareness, and instead with the objects within the awareness. Like our body, like our mind, like the objects in the movie. As long as we're identified with what's happening in the movie, we'll never recognize the vastness of the movie screen upon which all movies are played, all characters exist, all colors, all expressions. It is that perspective which brings with it the experience, not just the belief, not just the theory, the experience that awareness is God. That funny concept we refer to as God, associated with the creation, maintenance, destruction of all things, with the light that illumines it all happens from awareness. It is in this way that people say that God is within you, that God is your highest self, that a piece of God is in you as your very own ability to be aware. No one can be aware. Nothing can have awareness except for God. Therefore, if you find yourself having awareness, you must be seeing through one of the many eyes. The many eyes, the many ears, the many noses, the many tongues of God. Why in some cultures is God depicted as having 1,000 eyes, 1,000 heads, 1,000 noses, 1,000 arms, 1,000 legs, but one heart? Because we all share the same source. And that one source expresses itself through all of us, and yet is beyond any particular. If you're curious to know more, this is the conclusion of Vedanta. Know what the word Vedanta means, you just have to know what Veda means. Veda means the first revelation. Many scriptures in the world have been revered as revelation. The earliest known, called the Vedas. Vedanta is the conclusion of the Vedas. Anta literally means the end of. So the Vedanta literally means the conclusion of the original revelation. The ultimate conclusion of Vedanta is that this whole journey, we have been identified with what's within our awareness, our body, our mind, and we have forgotten our original nature as the very awareness in which the whole universe and all of the fellow life forms arise, persist through, and return to. The goal of spiritual life is to realize this. And all of the prescriptions, like worship, like meditation, like having a grounded sense of morality and ethics, they all come from this principle. To recognize the self within all beings and how we are part of that one, that source of Sat Chit Ananda, truth, consciousness, and bliss. Yeah, that's right, Chihiro. There are Sandee and Shadow stickers. I'm happy you found them. Are they out? Yeah, they are outside. Sandee's in a hammock. Shadow's laying on a blanket. I can make them out because I know what to look for, but I don't think you would be able to see because they're behind a fence, and then behind that fence is another fence, and in between there are flowers, but I can try. I did recently discover that I actually do have the ability to zoom. Okay. This gray blob here, that is Shadow. And Sandee looks like he moved from his hammock, which was up there. Who knows where he is. You can make out just an ear, perhaps, in between these fence posts. Anyway. Sandee and Shadow are in the backyard with me. Now I'm very zoomed in. Hello. Zoom back out. Thank you, Demi, for the cake, pair of cloud breads, and ice cream that you sent a few minutes ago. Jai Sitaram. And Mischief, thank you for your balloons too. Radhe Radhe. And Busy Bee, thank you for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Hiro, you shared that you were going to have a catio installed today, but the guy cancelled due to weather. Well, I hope to increase the excitement in your household of all the possibilities that having a catio offers. Iki, you're wondering, are there copper spirals on my fence behind? Oh, up here. These are wood wicker. They're little lights. Solar powered lights, I believe. Your kitties are very excited, Chihiro. I'm so happy to hear that. Hello, dear Flo. Nelson, you ask, if thoughts are fish that swim into our minds, why do we believe the fish belong to us? Because if you were surrounded by fish that constantly said, I'm a fish, I'm a fish, I'm a fish, I'm a fish, though they are expressing the truth to them, we might start to believe the things that they are telling us just by having that in our awareness. Our mind is always expressing how it is the mind. And the mind is right. If the thoughts say, this is a thought, I am the mind, I am thinking thoughts, then the mind is right about that. Because it is the mind, it is thinking thoughts, those are thoughts. But if we identify with the subject of the mind, then we mistake ourselves for the one doing the thinking. And so whenever the mind thinks, I am the mind, then we believe, oh, we are the mind. So the mind itself must awaken to this fact that there is a witness. And then the mind starts telling itself, I am the mind, but you are the source. I am your servant, and you are the master. Thus, the awareness gains the role as having space between itself and the mind. In other words, the fish must recognize that there is someone else listening, someone watching. And because the fish have been singing their song for so long, the watcher has begun to identify with their song. The song of the fish just needs another verse. That I am a fish, and you are the witness. And then the witness becomes expressed. Thank you, dear Busy Bee, for your pair of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Welcome, dear TJ. Where are you from, my friend? Please introduce yourself, and I'd love to get to know you. flow, you shared that we are brainwashed since birth. How do we develop a new society to develop our being as humans? That is a goal we can all collectively move toward. But that takes a long time. Even in a new society, we might still be unhappy. Our happiness is not determined by our experiential reality, but by how we wish to choose to experience it. You could live a very nice life, with everyone around you giving you love, all of your needs taken care of. But would you feel purposeful? Would you feel meaningful? When we are sources of love and joy, we can only be happy when we are expressing that. In this way, you could have the best society that you would want, but unless we are expressing our love and joy, we still won't feel purposeful. So although we should move towards a better society where everyone gets a voice, their perspectives are valued, and everyone has an equal chance at bringing to the world what's within them. It is ultimately what's within them that deserves to be expressed. And the expression of that infinite source is how we will find happiness. And that is still possible even when the circumstance around you does not appear to be favorable. It just might take some more work, that's all. But joy or misery, both are possibilities within you. Just as you could be surrounded by people who are here for your benefit, but inwardly still feel unexpressed. You also could be surrounded by people who are not working toward your benefit and still find a way to express yourself. That genuine expression of yourself is all it requires to take what's possible within you and bring it to the surface. Rain or shine, misery or joy, that source of life is within you. Thank you, dear Bobby Sue, for your rose, your heart me. Sorry, your heart me, your team bracelet. Thank you. Hare Krishna. The number 6. Thank you for good vibes. You have a really personal and important question. What do I think about being sober? I'll tell you a story. It's the story of how my friend had to find a new dealer. When I used to smoke cannabis, even though it's legal in my country of Canada, people still went to dealers because it was a better price or whatever. My friend went to this dealer who was notoriously a stoner, in that they smoked the morning they got up to the moment they went to bed, and even then they woke up in the middle of the night to smoke another bowl. They were never sober. They were always high. This person spent years of their life always in a state of being high. Naturally, it starts to degrade your viveka, your discrimination. Many mental faculties may be overworked in this way because it increases your abilities and overworks them. This dealer forgot to smoke because he was so high for years. He was so high that he forgot to smoke. It's been so long. The next day he woke up and he thought he was higher than he'd ever been before. Suddenly his sense of sight was just so clear. The colors were vibrant. His mind was so sharp. His memory had returned. He had the most vivid dreams that night. Music became that much more emotional. He thought, this is a high I've never felt before. This is the highest of the highs. We wondered, what did I smoke yesterday? Was it a different strain this time? I gotta do that again, whatever it was. Until he realized that yesterday he didn't smoke anything. In fact, today he was sober. That he had been high for so long, he forgot what it felt like to be sober. And now that he was sober, he recognized that there is no higher state of consciousness than this. It is in this perfectly clear mind that all things are possible. That you are able to connect as deeply as you can with everything in your life. So, that is the story of how my friend had to find a new dealer. Because they gave it all up. And they became high on life. But it's true. I also heard the joke that even if you have a lot of respect for the ability of people to explore different substances and whatever medicinal benefits they get, even if you yourself are a stoner, if before going into heart surgery you saw your doctor take a big what do you call it? I was gonna say a toke of a joint, but that's not the right terminology. Clearly, I've been sober for too long to remember the right terminology. A puff, a big puff of the joint. Oh, your heart would begin to race. You know. For your doctor to be at the tip top of their senses, they have to not be on any substance, right? Only then would you feel the most comfortable. Or if over the announcements, the pilot of your plane said, "My fellow passengers, thank you for flying with us. Today we are going higher, and today I will be going higher because I just took the biggest toke of my life. Thank you for flying with us." And the intercom turns off. Oh my goodness. You'd want to get off that plane as soon as you can. So even though it's an enjoyable experience and you can create many memories and bonds with others, you are only on top of life without these things. You're at your sharpest when your consciousness is not dependent on anything within your experience. Your experience is like that of a baby's. Thank you, dear Giuliano, for your rose, your ice cream cone, your cloud bread, your Gigi, and your TikTok. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hybrid Jen, you share that you think you smoke because you feel too fast sober. And this is why so many of those who are spiritual turn to substances. Because we do not know how to accommodate our heightened senses, that we think we need to dull the experience in order to manage it. Actually, your mind can move as fast as it wants. With the right guidance, that can be your greatest blessing. You can be as sensitive to people's emotions. You can have a mind that analyzes everything. You just need a direction to put that ability. Instead, we get so caught up in our own ability to have such a mind that we end up cutting ourselves with it. In the same way that if you don't know where to direct your knife, then having a very sharp knife will only be of our detriment. We end up cutting ourselves with a knife which we do not know where to direct. But with the right knowledge and a steady hand, having the sharpest knife makes us the greatest chef. That you wouldn't want a dull blade as a master chef. It's what allows you to chop with such precision and speed and get all those orders fulfilled. Our mind can be made sharper than the sharpest knife. It's no doubt that so many people cut themselves with their mind because it's finer than an atom at times. Yet in the same way that a chef does not purposely dull their blade, but instead steadies their hand, we should be moving as a society towards a place where instead of dulling each other's minds as a means to alleviate suffering, we direct the sharpness to a problem that cannot be solved without. So many people turn to substances for this reason. Just as Bree says, you feel like you feel things with such intensity and it's exhausting. We tire ourselves with these hypersensitivities because we don't know how to wield them effectively. And so we drown our mind with medications and behavioral patterns that's meant to reduce the experiences in our life. To see fewer things, hear fewer things, think fewer things, taste fewer things, touch fewer things. So much of our psychiatric practice for dealing with the mind is just to decrease the capacity of one's mind to think, to hear, to feel, to touch, to see, to taste. But this is no permanent solution, when the very purpose of having a mind is to be sharp. Having a soul is to be sensitive. Experiencing a human life is to experience that raw emotion. That is why there is another way of being. There is so much more to life than trying to manage the experiences. All we need to do is find the right purpose to apply ourselves to. Then it doesn't matter how hot or how cold. It doesn't matter how sad or how joyful. It doesn't matter how big or how small. It doesn't matter how wealthy or how poor. If we can get to that state where these dualities of life no longer take us from our meaning, from our purpose, then just as a mother would run into a burning house to save their daughter from the flames, why wouldn't we care for something so deeply that we allow the experiences of our senses to burn us or freeze us? We can withstand so much as human beings with a purpose, with a drive. But without it, even a fly passing by can make us punch a hole through our wall. Even someone honking their horn 3 streets over makes us question our driving. Even someone living the best life that they can without getting in our way makes us feel miserable ourselves. But with purpose, with drive, with that zest, with that zeal for life, we can allow ourselves to have such a sharp mind, have such deep feelings, experience such an intense life. All for the ultimate expression of one's soul and for the service of all beings, for the cultivation of truth, the processing of our experience unto wisdom, to tell the greatest story that's ever been told, and to be a human being. Trix, you asked, what would I say to someone who lacks motivation and tends to procrastinate? I would tell you that you are allowed to feel the way you do. And right now you might be waiting for that purpose, and you're allowed to wait. That you do not have to force yourself to do anything you don't want to. But if we always live in the comfort zone, and we become imprisoned by our own inability to experience life beyond, we lull our minds and bodies to sleep by luxury, but we awaken the highest potential in each by a challenge. If you allow yourself to be challenged, and day by day, you grow into a full and vibrant being, which is able to experience the highs and lows of life with courage and express the deepest truths in your soul. Thank you, dear Two-Ply, for the heart me that you sent. Radhe or Radhe. And just the guy, thank you for that rose. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your disco love. Hare Krishna. And John F., thank you for your heart me, your friendship necklace, your finger heart, and your tiny yippee. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 10 roses. And Shar, thank you for your cloud bread. Om Namah Shakti Shavaya. Bree, you ask, how did I find my purpose? We speak of purpose as if it's something that comes later. This moment is the most purposeful moment. Everything that you do in this moment can be purposeful. You have to find the purpose in this moment. Look around you. Are there plants that need to be watered? Are there people that need to be heard? Are there clothes that need to be washed? Are there things needing to be learned? It is not what you do which is purposeful. It is how you do it that is purposeful. How you do anything is how you do everything. Your plants do need to be watered. Then water them as if this was the plant that would bring joy to the whole world. Water this plant as if it were the last. As if it were the last plant in billions of years of evolution, and without it life could not go on. Water this plant as if it was a sentient being, worthy of the same love that you do. Water this plant because you see in it potential, and you want others to see the same potential in you. Water this plant because it is an expression of the universe, and by attending to it, you get to witness beauty unfold, and by becoming witness to beauty, you feel perfected in your soul. Don't just water it because you feel like you have to, or because you're a bad person if you don't. It is our perspective surrounding our actions which needs to change, first and foremost, not the actions themselves. You can live a very simple life. You don't have to go above and beyond what society expects for you, but inwardly give your all. Find the beauty and joy within all things. And you will feel purposeful, even when watering a plant. You will feel purposeful when attending to a friend's feelings. You will feel purposeful when you are painting your mother's wall. You will feel purposeful when you are exercising at the gym. You will feel purposeful when you are studying or out with friends. It is not what we do, but how we do, where purpose is to be found. Now, hello Hexakin. You share that you asked the special thing on my Instagram account. You're very curious. Well, I'm curious what it is too. If you feel comfortable asking here, please do. Otherwise, I will certainly look in my messages. Flying Spielberg, you're wondering, where do I get my accent from? I think I have a unique way of speaking. And it comes in part from my parents, as it does from my society, as it does from the ways in which I've learned to express myself through childhood and in the people that I've learned from. I don't think there's one answer for you. Sometimes life is more complicated than can be explained by something as simple as a nationality or a dialect. I don't speak like the people around me in my life. And this is something I've been learning to accept as it's a part of me. It is just the nature of who I am. Hello, Dansuela. Trix, you ask, so do I think there is no set purpose but to be here? Remember where you come from. We have a duty to serve because it's how we get to experience the infinitude of our highest self. If we feel like we have to get something from this world, like we are here waiting to receive something, then we're working from the assumption that there's something missing inside us. But that's not a fact of life, it's an assumption we make. And we make that assumption because we see that the world is full of missing pieces. And we come to the conclusion that we must be also. Logically speaking, it's a sound deduction, or induction, I should say. That because this world is full of absence, and we are part of the world, then we must be full of absence too. So where is the flaw here? It's actually very beautiful. Yes, the world is full of absence. There are many missing pieces that this world could use. What is the correct conclusion to make from this observation? That we are the missing piece to the world. So instead of seeing all the absence in the world and going that must be my nature too, instead we look at the absence in the world and recognize ourselves to be the presence that can fill it. We see all that is wrong with this world and see what's possible within us to fix that. No, we don't have to fix the whole world. But we have the potential to fix anything that we set ourselves to help with. That is our purpose. And when we work from that principle instead, we act on the assumption that we only have enough to give. Therefore, we feel a sense of wholeness in service. And again, that is why it is so important not to work with any expectation of return, that we're giving so that one day we can get something back. Because again, then we're working from the principle that we're missing something. But to truly be whole means to act like it. If you are enough, if all that is perfect exists within you, then we should act like it, shouldn't we? It means that we should give. It means that we should be in service without expecting anything in return. It means that we should attend to all that which is missing in this life so that we can fill it with the endless source of love and joy and peace and bliss and understanding that emanates from within. In this way, we act on the basis of being complete within ourselves, and then we feel entire. So it's not merely our purpose to be here because we have to. We are given a world with so many problems so that we can learn the truth in what it means to express that joy and peace and healing and love from within. So that we come to understand that all of that is inside. If we never have a place to express it, then we'd never know what's inside. Now thank you, dear Bree, for the finger heart that you sent as well. Om Namo Shakti Shavaya. And thank you, dear Christopher, for your heart me as well. Radhe or Radhe. And Kristen, thank you for your heart me and tiny. Yippee! And Bree, thank you for your heart me and friendship necklace too. Radhe or Radhe. Fallen angel, you ask, should what happens after death be a motivator to do what we do now? That of course depends on our definition and our understanding of death. If we feel like we are what dies, then no wonder so many people are hedonists trying to extract as much pleasure from this life as they can because it's all they'll ever get. If you feel like this is the only life you have to live, then naturally you'll be in self-preservation mode, and doing so takes resources away from others. We become competitive over what we need to live. Understanding that this is not our first life, nor will it be our last, we relax a little. We're allowed to sacrifice, because we know this isn't the end of our story. That doesn't mean either that we get free rein to do anything that we want in this life too, because doing so would be in ignorance of the law of karma, that our actions have an effect on our future, and our next life is decided by the culmination of all of our actions in this life. Naturally, one would expect that the best possible next life would be created through selfless service to others. The most deserving of individuals are the ones that work for the success of others. This is a universal principle. If we want the most possibility in our next life, then we have to give the most possibility to others. I think this is an intuitive principle, and this kind of awareness helps us understand the nature of our death as a temporary passing, a transition, but also one which serves as a gateway between the actions that we make in this life and the circumstances we experience in the next. So keeping this principle in mind, we can still be present with an awareness that the uniqueness of this life is precious, but that all our actions will shape what we'll experience in the hereafter. Good to see you, Sue. Sammy, you're wondering, have I faced any struggles with family or friends in relation to my views or mindset? Naturally, we all have different experiences of life, and we can't expect everyone to experience life in the same way we do. In this way, conflict arises between any two persons on this earth. Fortunately, my family is generally open-minded to what I do, because they know that the happiness that I experience is very obvious. And I try my best not to be a nuisance to them. And if I'm not getting in their way, and I'm only their support, and my happiness is their wish, then they have little to say about how I should or should not be doing anything else. One of the most, I think, merciful things that is generated from this perspective that I share is that it requires no one else to be a certain way. That people are allowed to live their lives in the way that they do. And it has no effect on my happiness. But being their support, loving and serving them, only increases my happiness. Since we are all equal expressions of life, they deserve to explore the universe the same way we do. The journey that they're on is just as special as the journey that I'm on. And so I have no other wishes for them than to be a part of their journey in the capacity that I can be for them. And hopefully a part that does not limit them, but only increase the possibilities available for them. E to infinity. You are glad to know that doing these lives bring me genuine joy. Of course. I can't inspire anyone to be joyful if I'm not joyful myself. Now, Taylin, you're wondering, do I care if those that are my friends still use or smoke? Not at all. That's their journey. What are the 3 C's? I didn't cause it. I didn't create it, and I can't remember. And I can't remember. I think you'll find in addiction circles is the 3 C's. I can't change it, can't control it, and I didn't cause it. Thank you. That's it. Yeah. It is that sentiment that I carry. If they confide in me, then yes, that's my duty to them. If they ask for help. But if they're not, then it's not for me to put them in a vulnerable position of changing it, because doing so would violate their own boundaries. I can be their support. I can wish for them better. But if I judge them for it, then that's just another reason that they will continue to do it, isn't it? It's something so counterintuitive about addictions. The more you chastise an addiction, the stronger it gets. This is true for addictive ways of thinking too. Habits of thought that become a pattern. They become comfort. There's almost a comfort to, for example, being depressed because it's a familiarity at some point. And in the same way, the more we judge someone for being depressed, the more depressed they will become. Isn't it so? The more you are hard on someone for being depressed, the more depressed they will be. The more you are hard on someone for being an addict, the more addicted they will be too. I believe it's the same principle at work. Thank you, dear Bree, for another rose you sent a moment ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ron, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Rix, you ask, how can you make a difference in a world of hate and uncertainty without being unhappy with yourself? To me, it is only obvious how these things come together. That because there is so much hate in the world, that uncertainty gives rise to possibility. And it is that possibility that we have to attend to. And that gives us purpose, doesn't it? That when there is such a good reason to be more patient, to be more full of love, why wouldn't you take that? When there is so much unhappiness in the world, which is what you're pointing to, then the best thing you can do for the world is add to that happiness by starting with this system, this human system. This human system is part of the world too. We bring light to the world by being a source of it. If we're unhappy with ourselves, then we are only adding to the unhappiness of the world. So we can't make the unhappiness of the world make us unhappy, because that would only increase the amount of unhappiness in the world. If we want more happiness in the world, then that means we have to be happy. There's no other way around that. You can't expect to bring happiness to the world without being happy yourself. That is the very requirement. Hip-hopper, non-stopper. You're wondering, what is the religion I believe in called? It's called being human. It's called humanity. What do I believe in? I believe in you. Who do I send my prayers and wishes? Well, I send them to you. To the possibility, the potential that exists within you and all beings. Who has my heart and soul? Well, you do. Where do I find my sense of self being created? Well, it's in service to you, isn't it? Hip-hop or non-stopper, you ask. Can you call that humanism then? You could put any name to it you want, but I have much love for everything. Not just human beings, but as there is an ant crawling by, for my kitties, for this lovely Tulasi plant that I take care of every day. To everything in my life, there is a sense of love, to a sense of reverence. And why do we have to give it a name? We call it one thing and then form a community around it, and then 1,000 years later people use that to oppress someone. I think it's best to leave it labelless. Spirituality knows no bounds. Humanity knows no bounds. Love knows no bounds. Words, terms may be used to describe, but wonder names it all. Dalen, you're wondering, what is a Tulasi plant? Here, I'll show you. She is a recipient of love, like all plants are. Her native land comes from the foothills of the Himalayas, and she provides a source of bhakti, a source of loving devotion. It's said that she is a goddess who has come incarnate on earth. And she is devoted to a form of the divine known as Krishna. So, taking care of a Tulasi plant is very interesting because you are helping her out with her devotion. See, the thing is about this plant is that once she flowers, she dies. And she wants to be as alive for as long as she can in order to be a source of love for Krishna. And you might notice that at every one of these branches, there is a little pyramid forming. These are where flowers are going to bud. So all of the thousands of buds on her right now, they are sources of death. Because if you let her flower, she will leave her body. So every day you have to take these off. And as such, I'm creating a really big pile in her soil bed. Her soil bed is just these seeds. Literally thousands of them. This means that you take care of her every day. There's something you can do for her. And if one flower does come up, that's okay. You take that flower and you offer it to Krishna, because she made that, she snuck past your own pruning to give a flower to Krishna, and you offer it for Krishna. And when her leaves fall off, you offer them to Krishna too. So it's like helping another being fulfill their purpose, and thereby she provides an opportunity for you to give your love and see how your love makes life grow. She started just a few months ago as a little sapling, literally just a sprout like my fingers here. Just a couple, I think it was just 3 sprouts out of soil. She was so small, and in a few months she's now massive, dense and bushy. There's a whole ecosystem inside of her now. And so she provides me with a place to give my love and see it grow. And for that, I'm grateful. And as such, I've decorated her base with her favorite mantra, as well as mantras that I use when taking care of her. This mantra I chant when I attend to her, when I say hi to her. This is the mantra I use to greet her. Vrindayai Tulasi Devyai Priyayai Keshavasya Cha Vishnu Bhakti Prade Devi Satyavatyai Namo Namaha. And I won't sing these, but this mantra you use when pruning her, basically that's asking for permission to take her leaves or flowers off. And then after you do that, you say this mantra, which is basically saying sorry for hurting her. Because all plants are sentient, like all beings. She experiences pain like we do, and so if we rip something off of her, we better apologize for it. So that's the nature of Tulasi. And she has been used as a place of worship for many thousands of years. And in the process, she helps me take care of myself too, because I'm not supposed to touch her unless I take a shower. She represents Mother Nature. And of course, it is said that the worshipping of this plant brings prosperity and stuff to the house, but I'm not so worried about that. It is my duty to take care of her, so she provides me with purpose. Hip-hopper, non-stopper, you share that you are in a really dark place and can't see some light. And that's totally natural. It is so common for us to experience darkness. We are creatures born from it. In the womb, darkness is our sanctuary, and the light of the world means vulnerability. But never have I known a universe in which light was not inspired from the dark. or the only reason we know of the dark and the light is because of the relationship to each other. When you step into a musician's studio, even though they are a musician, they are associated with the most dynamic expression of sound. Sound is probably the last thing you'd hear in their studio, because silence is there to be found. How is this so? That a musician always starts with silence, because it is within silence the song can be sung. So too it is within darkness that light can be shone. In some sense, that is the definitive purpose of the dark, is to give you some space to discover light. It may take some time for your eyes to adjust, but soon enough you will find an inner light. At the moment it may be dim. We have made ourselves so because there is so much competition for light in the world that we thought we might not bother, and we've made our light so. But now in the darkness, no other light to shine, we find the dimness of our own light, which used to shine so bright. It is my wish for you that this dark time for you is not a place of darkening, but an adjustment period for you to be able to recognize the light that you have once dimmed. Gina, hello. Thank you for your trio of roses and heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your rosa and 10 roses. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. Good night, dear Chloe. You are thanking me. But why thank me for a source of peace that exists within you? If there's any point to what I'm saying, it's that all that you have to wait for, all that you have to be grateful for, it exists within you. As that inner light, you can't thank me for what exists in you. Now, thank you, Fiery Unicorn, for your pair of cloud breads, your heart me and your applause. I have some applause for you too. And thank you, Mermander, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Babblefishy, you thank me for guiding you to see your light. As you guide me, the only reason I could guide anyone to their light is because they are a source of light for me. Otherwise, how would I know where to go? And because that source of light in you is the very same source within me, then you are guiding me to my source too. Thank you, Gio, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Ragnhildur, thank you for your beautiful swan. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, Hip Hopper Non-Stopper, for your heart me. And I know there is such a beautiful, beautiful source of light within you. You wouldn't be here otherwise. None of us would. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. And user 708, thank you for your pair of roses. Hare Krishna. Lakonan, you were wondering what the wisdom of today is that I'd like to share. That you don't need the world to be whole, but you need the world to have enough room to express your wholeness. Even in the absence of expression, you are still whole. It is just that the potential is latent. Without that, having that potential in you doesn't mean that you're any less until it becomes manifest. In fact, you have so much potential, you could never manifest at all. So why worry about a time in which you finally expressed yourself, when that would imply that you had only a finite amount of potential? But if there's anything I know about you, it's that the source of truth is endless, and that there is an eternity of unfolding possible through you. In this moment, it's all within you. You are always one with that which you are destined to see, to do, to feel, to experience. So let not any particular experience define you, when you are the definition of experience. You are that source from which it all comes. But I speak to you as the higher self. We have a lower self. We have a body and a mind which is not going to be here forever. It is our vehicle to express our higher self, and we have to take care of that also. If we don't take care of it, then what is the point of having it? It provides us with a vehicle for all the love we have to give and all the things we have to do. Thank you, Hip Hopper Non-Stopper, for your quintet of GGs and a baker's dozen worth of finger hearts. Radhe or Radhe. And the Babble Fishy, thank you for your disco love. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Marmander, thank you for the chair you up to. Hare Krishna. And Diliao, thank you for your rose. I am feeling well. Thank you for asking, Mermander. I did take the last 2 days off because my tummy wasn't feeling well. But you know, the most miraculous thing happened. Just starting my live today, my tummy ache went away. Another reminder for me that I feel my best when I am giving. For the last 2 days, it hasn't gone away until the moment that it felt like I had enough to give. And the moment I did that, I realized that there was nothing missing, nothing that I needed to receive. Hip-hop or non-stopper. It is true. I deal with hardships. No one in life is separate from suffering. So how do I deal with it? By reminding myself that we all experience this. Thus, I keep everyone in mind when I go through any particular thing. When I'm happy, I think of all the people that could be happy. When I'm sad, I think of all the people that are also sad. When I'm angry, I think about all the people who are also angry. And then I never feel alone, no matter what I'm feeling. I remind myself that this too shall pass, and that I cannot let it get the best of me. And that whatever I go through, both positive and negative, I can use to connect with others. As I go through sadness, anger, guilt, as I go through discomfort, distress, and discontentment, that allows me to connect to those of you who also experience all the same things. And I simultaneously validate your suffering as I do mine in being able to connect at that level. So I also remind those who are going through suffering of how much purpose there is in being able to have that experience in order to empathize with those who are also going through similar feelings. Though no one gets to experience the same life as you, we all get to experience the same feelings as each other, just packaged in different ways. All of these feelings are allowed to be there. It is a constantly moving play. Now, Bree, you were wondering if I had any advice on finding like-minded people in person locally to you. No, I don't. And you know why? Because you'd go crazy if everyone thought the same as you. Could you imagine being surrounded by dozens of other Brees? Life thrives in that diversity. Just as there are unique notes on a piano for a reason, unique colors on a palette for the same reason, so also we thrive in a diversity of minds. I always keep these sanghas open, because the moment I make it an echo chamber, then we close ourselves up to life. If we're committed to seeing the truth within all things, then we must keep the company of those that disagree with us. We have to value their perspective, while setting the boundaries that we can. That said, Satsanga is of utmost priority on the spiritual path, and that's true association. We can associate with those that bring out our highest potential, but we can let everyone do that. When someone is challenging you, on one hand it seems like they're trying to limit your potential, but on another hand, they are inspiring you to transcend your own limitations by confronting theirs. If someone is giving you a difficult time, let that be a source of inspiration for patience, for compassion, for understanding, for empathy. Even then, surrounded by those that challenge you, your greatest potential is being brought out. Also, I will add that the divine plants its sages equally around the world, so that you become a source of light for the darkness in your community. If all the light sources on earth huddled together, well, then the other side of the earth would be very dark, wouldn't it? So if you are feeling spiritually charged, become that light you wish to see around you. And let the darkness just bring out more of it. Thank you, dear Ali, for the rose and pair of tiny tinies that you sent as well. Goodbye, dear Dansuela. Yippee! And Badramal, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you, dear Patricia. Patricia. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for your heart, me. Radhe Radhe. Now Delaney. So many ways I could pronounce that Y. Yes, you have been asking about my thoughts on 3D, 4D, and 5D. This requires some nuance. As we discussed earlier, in your presence too, Daylin, thank you. That makes much more sense. Mathematically, a dimension is a very specific term. In math, we studied shapes in 2 dimensions, and 3 dimensions, and 4 dimensions, and 5 dimensions. There are interesting shapes that can exist geometrically in different dimensions. Like I have a rap about a shape that exists in 198,000 dimensions called the monster group. That's a very interesting shape. But colloquially, we use the term dimension in a less formal way than mathematicians do. In spiritual contexts, especially in New Age spirituality, I have heard the talk of going from a 3rd dimension to a 5th dimension. This is a different usage of the term dimension than a mathematical one. Instead of referring to a physical plane of existence, it's a metaphor of opening ourselves up to new experiences. As for the specific number of dimensions, we could point to different symbolisms, but generally, the idea of going from the 3D into the 5D, or any dimension into a higher one, just means to open ourselves up to aspects of life that we were previously shut off from. So it doesn't have to mean anything specific for it to be a profound step in the evolution of consciousness. I know that it also comes from the law of one, from the raw contact, where there are 8 dimensions or densities that exist on an octave, and there's symbolism there, moving towards higher and higher octaves. But this is a form of spirituality that I am relatively unfamiliar with. The form of spirituality that I generally speak upon is called the Sanatana Dharma, which is the spirituality that came from the Himalayas in ancient times, from which we got the Vedas, the first revelations, from which we got the principle of yoga and the lineages that have stemmed from that. And then so many different religions and faiths have been spawned from that ancient source, like Buddhism, Hinduism, like Zoroastrianism, Sikhism, Jainism. Even the Abrahamic faiths can be traced to an origin, a spiritual origin in the Himalayas. It is that original source that I am most familiar with, and the terminology surrounding which, the language of the Sanatana Dharma, which is called Sanskritam, also known in English as Sanskrit. So of newer terms that we find in New Age, I am unfamiliar with, and I try to use terms in Sanskrit and these scriptures that were written in Sanskrit to base my experiences, and I have found that to be the most universal and the most practical and insightful, and that's a practice that everyone can be included in. Gaia, you're wondering, how old is the Bhagavad Gita? That's a Sanskrit term which refers to the divine song. Well, the divine song is eternal, and it is sung at the beginning of every cycle of creation. It was first sung to the sun god Vivasvan, then to the primordial human Manu, then to the first emperor Ikshvaku, and then delivered in disciplic tradition ever since. By the time it got to Arjuna on the battlefield of the Mahabharatam, it was 5,160 years ago today. The divine song, can I sing it if you have the next few hours of your time? It's not a song that can be sung in any short amount of time. It has hundreds of verses. That is what the Bhagavad Gita is. Actually, the full song, which incorporates all of the Vedas and the different layers, from the Karma Kanda to the Jnana Kanda, which includes the Brahma Sutras, the Upanishads, which got distilled into the Puranas and the Itihasas, the epics. You can calculate how long it would take to sing that full song, and it would be 400 years. Because the depth of Sanskrit literature is such that you cannot spend one lifetime studying these scriptures. It requires many lifetimes. Such is why the spiritual path takes so long. In this lifetime, you study this scripture, and the next lifetime, the next scripture. You could never get to the end of all the scriptures. Thank you, dear Lindsay, for the paper crane earlier. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ali, thank you for your pair of tiny dinies. And your rose. And Badarmo, thank you for another rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. You studied Patanjali Gaya. That's wonderful. From the author of the Yoga Sutras. That's very good. Probably the shortest of all the scriptures. Not to compare, but that's a nice easy one for many people since it's very concise. It's a good starting point, but it's also very esoteric. And thank you, dear Patricia, for your 22 ice cream cones and your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! Thank you, Mermander, for your team bracelet and cheer you up. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sarah Lynn, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And Gina, thank you for your ice cream cone, your music play. Here, give me the vote and a GG. Namah Shakti Shavaya. Sammy, you were wondering what I mean by esoteric. By esoteric, I mean not literal. That we have to unpack the abstract symbolism in order to understand it. And thank you, Miranda, for your rose. Hare Krishna. And Anazak, thank you for your trio of roses. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. Rianan, you're wondering, what is magic? Magic is the space that's created for people to blossom in. For example, the space that you give your friend to share what's important to them, that's magic. Or the sense of wonder that a magician inspires in you, that's magic. Magic means that which unfolds the greatest potential within you. Somewhere along the line, magic became a word that means supernatural power over the material existence. I'm not sure where this came from, but the greatest magic will always be the space in which you cultivate the greatest potential. The highest unfolding of your experience, in that space we call magic. Wonder. Gaia, you had wondered what chakra Yam is the mantra of. That is the heart chakra. Yam. And it just so happens to be 3/4 of my given name, Liam. Though you don't say it like a mantra. Mesina, thank you for your heart me and whipped coffee. Hari Om Tat Sat. Amanda, you had asked if I wear mala beads, and if it's not too personal, may you see them. If I had them with me, I would show you, yes. I do have a mala on my wrist, but this is one that my mother gave me. And I don't use it for japa, for the repetition of mantra. The mala that I did use came from a Tulasi plant, much like the one next to me here. When she leaves her body, often is her roots and her stems used for the creation of Tulasi beads, which are the highest venerated of all materials for malas. Unless you're a devotee of Shiva, then Rudraksha beads are the best. But my mala was made out of Tulasi, and I would chant on her every day until I wanted to chant even during the times when I wasn't using the mala. So I would do my mantra japa on the mala, and then I'd put it around my neck or on my wrist, and then I'd continue doing it. And then I thought, you know what? Instead of using the beads themselves to guide my mantra recitation, I will use my breath, so that my breath becomes my mala beads. Every inhale, every exhale, I do my mantra. And so at that point, I took the mala and I put it on my altar, and I use my breath as my mala. And then one day I discovered that that's exactly what you do. I must have been taught that in a previous life, because in scripture it says, when you are ready, you will put down the mala beads and use your breath as your mala. And that is what I love about scripture, is that they are only meant to reveal the truth within your experience. Reading that, I was like, well, it must be true then. Welcome, Joe. I have been on for 3 hours and 46 minutes today so far. So if you dial back the time, 3 hours and 46 minutes for you, then I'll probably be on tomorrow around that time. Alright. Have a good dinner, dear Shakira. May you have a lovely night and day too. And I love that, Gina. Love is like a magic. You can't give the right definition right away. It feels like, oh wow, heaven. I love the way you put that. Mermander, you'll have to look that up. You have Bodhi and Amethyst. Yes, Bodhi, seeds from the Bodhi tree are very good for Buddhists too. Any precious stone is lovely. Can I share a mantra for anxiety? Well, any mantra can be for your anxiety if you give it the power to do so. It's the power you invest in a mantra which is able to make it do the things you want to do. If you truly believe that this mantra will alleviate you from anxiety, then you could chant anything. But because we're so stubborn, we have developed a system of tradition where people have used the same mantras for thousands of years and have verifiably become peaceful by them. So that makes it easier for us to invest power in these mantras as we are just continuing in their footsteps. In the Kali Santorana Upanishad, it is said that there is no mantra higher than the 16 names of Sri Narayan. Chanting these 16 names are the ultimate means of crossing the ocean of Maya, of material existence, in this age of Kali, of darkness. What are those 16 names? Together they form the Maha Mantra, the one that the Hare Krishnas use. That is why they are called the Hare Krishnas, because it goes like this. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. These 16 names of 32 syllables is said to be the highest, according to the Kali Santorana Upanishad. The Upanishads are a layer of the Vedas, the first revelations, specifically of the Jnana Kanda, the portion of the Vedas concerned with enlightenment and spiritual realization. Now, other people will say that other mantras are more powerful, like Om. There is no mantra like Om. But the thing about Om is that it usually requires qualification from a guru. That generally you don't chant Om unless you become a sannyasin, unless you take vows of renunciation. Until then, you chant the Guru Diksha mantra, the mantra that a guru gives to you. And before then, one should really only be doing Nama Japa, which is chanting the names of the divine, without getting too entangled with powerful words that could mess up our energies. The Maha Mantra is a form of Nama Japa. It is just the names of Narayan, Hare, Rama, and Krishna. But it's the most powerful kind of Nama Japa. And Joe King, you are wondering, what philosophy is this? It is called the Sanatana Dharma, which means the eternal religion. It's very ancient and it's very secret. It's said to be the source of all religion. And therefore everyone is already a Sanatana Dharmi, a practitioner of this. The language of which is the oldest known language, Sanskrit. And thank you, dear Guy, for your 61 cloud breads. I think I tally up. I don't know if I have enough room in my tummy for that much. So I'll have to be sharing this cloud bread with all of you. And thank you, dear Dob Darka, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gaia, thank you for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. Lakonen, you ask, how is curiosity seen in spirituality? Like towards ancestors or universe? How can you expect to progress spiritually if you don't have curiosity? If you feel like you know everything there is to know, then there's no more room for exploration, for discovery. Yeah, it's so important to have curiosity. Without it, no one can progress even an inch. Curiosity means an openness to delve into the unknown. That is a necessary criterion. Juju, you're wondering what my ethnicity is. You ask because I am so well spoken. Well, ethnicities are wide groups of people, and as such they vary in a wide range, a wide array of different expressions. Ethnically, I'm pretty white. But this should not dictate how you express yourself. We have society in which we largely learn from, but it's not the only source of teaching. We go beyond our ethnicity to see the root in all human beings. Then we can learn from people all around the globe, and they influence how we express ourselves from afar. Though I live in Canada, and many of my grandparents and great-grandparents are Irish, I feel drawn to many cultures around the world. And I'm sure they've all had an influence on my diction. And so if I really want to answer your question, I must expand my sense of self beyond my ethnicity. Otherwise, I don't think we'll have enough answers. Thank you, dear Scott, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sidge. I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm gonna call you Sidge. You share that I seem like a chill dude. Chillness is not that which separates one dude from another. It is the very source of all dudes, which all dudes are trying to return to. Just as a river is drawn back towards its source, just as a rock is drawn towards the earth, all things are drawn towards that which they come from. So too a dude is drawn towards chillness. Because chillness is the source of all dudes. Hello, Petra. You share that mantra is not much for you. Well, you must not be a human being, because mantra is for everyone. But you are interested in human emotions and their auras. It is the very aura and emotion that we invest into our mantra, which gives it its power. Human consciousness has been shaped by mantra for thousands of years. Whether we realize it or not, rhythmic chanting is one of the most powerful forces on the spiritual journey. The continuous bringing to mind of the same meaning until we unlock its potential. This is what we do with music. This is what we do with dance. This is what we do with routine. All of these forces in which we bring ourselves into an expression again and again, eventually we unearth something deep. Mantra is a way of consciously taking advantage of this process to accelerate ourselves on the spiritual journey. In many cultures around the world, we are birthed in mantra. Our days begin with mantra. We begin our meal with mantra. We end our night with mantra. Every celebration is associated with a sacred chant, and we die in mantra. Where there is a human, there is mantra. There is an expression, a sacred sound, which we repeatedly bring again and again until we unlock its deeper meaning. Now, Mr. Astrolabe, you ask, if someone makes an algorithm based on emptiness, can we create consciousness? Any sentence that asks, can we create consciousness? The answer is going to be no. Because consciousness is that which creates. Consciousness is Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer. You cannot create that which is doing the creating. But you are asking, can we bring consciousness to something that doesn't have it? And again, the answer would be no, because everything already has consciousness. To understand this, we need a good working definition of what is consciousness. Consciousness is the space itself in which life takes place. Consciousness is the field wherein we find our mind, our body, and the rest of the world. Through consciousness, all things are created, preserved, and destroyed. That's beautiful, Flo. You had shared that your longboarding is your mantra in rhythm, movement, and spirit connection to earth. I love that. The thing about having long hair is that it always gets in your mouth. And that's a beautiful point, Hybrid Jen. In past lives, all men have kids to care for 24/7, and women roam freely and hunt and have adventure. And not just in past lives, but I remember seeing some recent research articles, that showed that the dichotomy of men as hunters and women as gatherers is actually more of a myth than reality. That there is just as much of a role to play for women in hunting as there was for men in gathering. And there's so much more to life than just hunting and gathering too back then. Even that's a simplification. It so happens that the man carries the seed and the woman the egg. And as such, it is the woman who ultimately gives birth to a form which is capable of breathing on its own, beating its own heart, chewing and digesting once it had enough independence. And the woman creates that body. And during that time, of course, she needs all the help she can get. And if that requires a man taking on more responsibilities, then that only makes sense. Because there is so much sacrifice happening for everyone involved. But at other times, like when you are not quite at the stage to bear a baby, if you are going to, and if your baby is already born, well then, after they are done feeding, a mother or a father have the same capacity of work, the same capacity to take care of the child, to help it grow. The tenderness and love that a mother is associated with, all of that is possible within a father too. Many fathers have to do that when there isn't a mother in their life. So too, mothers take on many roles of a father when there isn't a father in their life, which goes to show that we are adaptable in that way. That an expression of masculinity and femininity is absolutely possible in any body, but we do have to respect our biology. Those that are able to bring a new body into this world for life to express itself through, and they sacrifice 9 months of their life to completely change their entire way of living to accommodate this new life that they're bringing, such reverence has to be brought their way. That is a miracle. The force of creation lives powerfully through that system. Thank you, dear Miranda, for your rose too. Om Namah Shakti Shavaya. Of course, dear Hybrid Jen. I love that, Miranda. You share that you set a daily intention, and it is your mantra for the day. I like that a lot. So true, Sylvie. We need a physical body to express our soul. Did you have a question? What should you do with a huge spider on your desk? You are very scared? Alright. This spider may be huge. But if the spider is huge, then how huge you must be to the spider. Is the spider thinking, oh, I've got to get rid of that guy in order to be myself? No, if anything, that spider is thinking, oh my goodness, what a big animal. I better not get on the bad side of that guy. I better eat all of the bugs like mosquitoes that prey upon that guy. I'm gonna make the biggest, most wonderful home in the corner, and I'm gonna make his room the best room, free of any other kind of bug that might hurt him. I think I've got like 10 spiders in my bathroom that I keep track on. I look at them. Hey, how you doing? We got really big spiders here. In fact, where I live, there is the largest gathering of spiders in the world. I don't know exactly what that means, by what measure, but a lot of spiders here. You learn to live with them. You give them their space, they give you yours. By no means should you kill the spider. It has been given this life just as you have been given your life. It might not be able of complex mathematical calculations. It might not be able to produce a blockbuster cinema movie, but that's not its dharma. That's not its duty. How it expresses itself in this life is just different. Now, if you want to help the spider, you can bring the spider outside. You can place a bowl or a cup over it and a piece of paper, and then bring it to the outside and let it go. That would be the best thing to do from the principle of ahimsa, from the least harm. That if it really would cause too much harm to let the spider be in your presence, then take the spider somewhere else. But by no means should we sacrifice a being's life just so that we feel better. In one life, you were a spider. Oh, how many times were you crushed by an inconsiderate life form? All you wanted was for someone to recognize your existence and, at the very least, not step on you. Well, in this life, you have the ability to answer all of your wishes from your spider life. You can be that provider for all the spiders that you didn't have when you were once a spider. Cameron, you recommend to watch the story from North America. It's a cute music video about not killing spiders. I think I've seen that, and it is very touching and a little terrifying. Thank you, Miranda, for the rose you sent a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lily Amor, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And Jill, thank you for your rose too. Joe, you ask, how can you stop people killing spiders? Just be an example for them. See the beauty and love that you find in a spider. Value the lessons that a spider can teach about stillness, about keeping track of the vibrations, about the geometry of the web. There are many things that spiders can do that we can't, and many spiritual lessons that spiders can teach us. If you become a reflection of all the light that a spider has to offer, if people don't See the happiness that brings you. One day they will. One day people have to question their own unhappiness, and they will ultimately turn to those in their life which are happy. And so they think about, oh, you know that guy? The guy who was always happy but never killed the spider. How can I be like him? At some point, the question will arise. At some point, every unhappy person will question what truths the happy people have, but that requires a vulnerability that they're not ready for yet, and that's their own journey, in their own time. Thank you, Gem Life, for your trio of roses too. Miranda, you're wondering, do I have access to the Akashic records? The Akash. Do you know what this word means in Sanskrit? One of the many spiritual words that come from Sanskrit. Just learning the meaning of Sanskrit words is enough to tell you everything about them. That is the beauty of Sanskrit. It is said that Prithvi, the earth, arose from water, from Jalam, from Apas, another word for water. That water arose from Tejas, fire. That fire arose from Vayu, air. But Vayu arose from Akash. So Akash is the source of the four other elements. Akash is the quintessence, the fifth element. It is space. From space arose air, from air fire, fire water, water earth. So the Akashic records means the spatial records. Literally, if we were to translate into English, the records that space keeps. So, do we have access to the record that space keeps? It is said that Akash is the closest thing we can comprehend when it comes to understanding the nature of Brahman, the source. The ultimate reality from which absolutely everything arises from and exists in. The closest thing that we can understand to in terms of our material universe is Akash, space. So space serves as a metaphor. Space is open. Everything exists. As it arises from space, persists through space, and returns to space. Space is the ultimate subject of this universe. As such, it is the ultimate knower, the one which is keeping track of all of the particles that exist within it. If you want to be in touch with that space, you just must cultivate some for yourself. Abide in the spaciousness, and you will find everything to have arisen within you, through you, and will return back to you. That space is a metaphor for your awareness, a field of experience. You are the Akash, in metaphor. Thank you, dear Miranda, for your rose too. Rhiannon, you are wondering, do I have vivid dreams? do I remember my dreams. I do. In fact, I had a dream that was so vivid about 2 weeks ago that I thought I must have died in the physical sense, because I was touching the ground. I knew it was a dream, and I was touching the ground. I was looking at like the grain in the wood and the texture of the carpet. I was on a bus in my dream that I could see the freckles in people's faces, and there was such a stillness with my breath, such a conscious thought process. I was talking to people on the bus. I was looking around. I was like, wow, this is as real life. And then I started getting really scared because I didn't wake up from it. Normally, whenever I have that moment of lucidity, I go, oh, this is a dream. And then I wake up. I go, wow, I'm dreaming. How vivid this is. I wake up, but I didn't wake up that time. And so I started getting really scared that I wasn't going to wake up. In my dream, I thought, oh no, this is my life now. Now I've lost my physical body. I only exist with a subtle body. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, I did eventually wake up, but it required all of my effort. I felt like I had to go into meditation to do so. Not all of my dreams are profound though. In fact, I had a dream 3 nights ago that I was a Michael Jackson impersonator who went to a illegal casino. I think it was spawned because so many people say I remind them of Michael Jackson. And there was an illegal casino in my city that got shut down recently. So I had a dream that I went to that illegal casino and I was impersonating Michael Jackson because it was my disguise. I didn't want to get caught at an illegal casino. So I was playing all of the casino games, but in the personality of Michael Jackson. So every time that I won, I would stand up and I would spin around and I'd go, and I'd be doing a little jig and stuff, and I played the bit that I was Michael Jackson at a casino, and that was my dream. Yeah. You know, some nights I feel like the secrets of the universe are expressing themselves so vividly, and other nights I dream that I'm pretending to be Michael Jackson in a casino. And in between these two extremes, life flows. Thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. And thank you, Honest Iago, for your tiny. Yahoo! Dude, you're wondering what my thoughts are on dream. And Vavi, you are wondering why we get nightmares. And Sylvie, you shared that you had a dream you were flying over the ocean beach in your nightgown. How would we explain that? These are impressions in our subconscious. Our dream, we are closer to spirit than we are while awake. And asleep, we are closest of all, abiding in it, without any need for expression. The dreams are the collection of all impressions that we make while awake. And we could never process that many experiences while awake. So, a portion of our being is dedicated to the processing of these impressions, these samskars, while asleep. It is our interface with all of the impressions that we have been imprinted upon by waking life. And with it, so many scars, so much trauma, so many aspirations. That's why we call them dreams. Thank you, dear Lilimor, for your octet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And that's also why I could never prescribe meaning to any dream, because they're so personal. No, absolutely not. You share. You're wondering if I have a response to the Reddit comment about me. You are funny. I'm not that famous that there are Reddit posts about me. But you bring up a concern, whether I am doing this for any kind of monetary value. Well, you can look. Do I have anything for you to buy that costs any money in this space that I offer? I do not. There are impersonators. There are people that use my likeness on other platforms, and what they do is they copy my profile picture. Some of them even get the link tree in my bio to look like another. And they copy all my videos, and they make it seem like it is me, when it is not. Because what they do goes against everything that I talk about here. They offer some sort of spiritual service for some money. But time and time again I will tell you that nothing I offer will ever cost money. No, absolutely not. I understand that you are trying to get a reaction out of me because there is no Reddit post with these words. And if you feel like I am suppressing some voice, then please speak up for that voice which you feel like I am repressing. Everyone's voice deserves to be heard here. And perhaps I remind you of a trauma that you have yet to heal from. And it is only my wish that you find the place where you evolve from the place you are at now. When it comes to happiness, all of that exists within you. That nobody could sell you happiness, not me, not anyone in this whole galaxy. You may claim it's a Reddit comment. But there is no such post, and you know this true. You are speaking from your own experience, and that's valid. And it appears to you that something I do here contradicts the experiences that you've had. And for that I apologize. Because nothing I do is for the purpose of discrediting your voice or the experience that you've had. I believe that whatever experiences you've had in this life, they may lead you to close up some sense of self and then look for fault in others. But this will not make you happy. When we look for the fault in others, we let go of our own awareness for the good that we should be seeing instead. It is not our duty to look for the faults in others when there is so much we can learn from all those around us. Everyone in our life has an experience which is unique from ours, And as such, they've seen things, heard things, felt things that we have not. So we can only hope that what they have to offer in the unique expression of the source that they represent is something that we can confide in, as it expands our sense of self and allows us to learn from the outside too. And I love what you add, Dion. Only one thing makes people happy, and that's gratitude. Be grateful for all things. Dear Anna, you asked, how to think positive when you cannot stop to wonder things. Wonder is what stops you, isn't it? Anything else you feel like you are too much in rush. That there's some place you need to be, somewhere you need to go. But wonder is precisely what gives you a moment of stillness. Positive means to embrace the possibility, and this is a synonym for wonder. In wonder, there is only possibility. I hope you can forgive me for not believing you. No, absolutely not. Because if you were genuinely interested in bringing to light a hypothetical Reddit post, then you would seek me out privately. Because nobody with good intentions brings the faults of others up in public. If we genuinely care for a fellow human being, then we talk to them privately. So, I will leave my messages open to you. If you want to talk to me about some potential you see for me, then please, I would love to hear your words in private. But because I have my messages open, and I have not seen a message from you, then I cannot, in good intention, recognize the truth that you share. Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat Om Bhuvasvaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yonah Prachodayat. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah. May all beings be happy. There's some light. Since our sun has gone down, gone to shine its light somewhere else. The power of love is so beautiful and so intrinsic to our nature. How could we be without this power? Thank you for sharing your love, and thank you for receiving mine. Within love, all things are possible. Thank you, dear Greta, for the heart me and rose. Dozen roses you sent many minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Lilemor, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe or Radhe. Anazag, thank you for your quartet of roses. Jai Sita Ram and Diana, thank you for your heart me and your pair of gem bracelets. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. And Tatvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Lilimor, thank you for another 7 of them. And Native Girl, thank you for your heart me. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. And thank you, Hannah Dog. If I pronounce your name right, you'll have to let me know for your heart me too. Happy birthday. Keep calm and Om on. Put that on a t-shirt. Thank you, dear Gina, for your rose too. Jai Shri Krishna. Now, it's probably about time we end our live stream for today. But before we do so, allow me to ask you my question of the day. Today I am wondering, what is an area of growth that you see in yourself? Please enlighten me with the potential within you. Magdalene, you share, existing with no expectations. Federica, you share everything. Well, can't argue with that. Hari, you share, they're infinite. But right now you want to understand your anger. That's a beautiful endeavor. Hybrid Jen, you share. You could be out there sharing yourself instead of being an isolated being. Greta, you share that you want to be better, kinder. You are working on it and you feel it is working. I believe you, and I know this is true within you. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the love painting, and I think I just saw a little bit of that out of the corner of my eye. It actually draws something on the screen. That's cute. I didn't know that. Thank you. Oh, my leg is asleep, and the other one is cramping. Such is the importance of Hatha Yoga, which I could improve in myself. That is an area of growth for me, definitely. A more flexible body. But thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your love painting. Dole Fragment, you share believing in your capabilities a bit more. Confidence. Holding Space shares loving guidance. Patience. Patience is a beautiful thing, Mormander. We are working on ours together. Polaris, you share overcoming powerlessness. It's all within you. Thank you, Mermander. I felt your love. Phoenix, you share that you are letting go of the psychological drama of others and letting your art grow. I love that. Faithful Being, you share finding change and new beginnings. That's beautiful too. And Anna, you share the desire to always have positive thoughts. I love these answers so much. I'm so happy that we can honor the growth that is within us together. Marlon, you share setting boundaries with negative or toxic people, family and or friends. I'm happy that you know what you need, and that is positivity. And there's a way in which we can find the positive within the negative, no matter our circumstance. I know this is a possibility for you. Hello, dear Ava. Mermander, you're wondering what my answer to the question of the day is. If I don't mind sharing, just as I have asked this question for all of you, I believe that all of you speak for me. And every area of growth that's possible within you is possible within me too. And so I thank you for being a mirror to shine upon me, my potential too. And with that, I am so grateful. So thank you. All right, I am going to pause our inquiry into this question of the day for now. But thank you for exploring this with me. To be aware of our potential, our areas of growth, that is to be aware of the ultimate, to be aware of the divine. This is my humble opinion. Now, before we go, I would like to read from another section of The Hidden Power in Humans with you all. This is a book that was gifted to me by one of you. And how wonderful is it? Yeah, that's a warmer light. All the way from Serbia, from their guru, the author, Vishwa, oh, it's too blurry. The reflection, there we go. Vishwa Guruji, Parmahant Swami Maheshwarananda. And we are going through the chakras one by one. We are learning more about the Manipura chakra, which is the solar plexus chakra, the yellow one, right in your navel. Now let's explore this. Allow me to put up the cover for people who are potentially joining, in case they want to know what we're reading. There is one great disadvantage with the fire of the Manipura chakra, since fire is the tattva, the element associated with this chakra. It is the duty and characteristic, the dharma, of fire to burn everything indiscriminately. It does not care at all whether it turns newspaper or banknotes to ash. Therefore, the nectar, the amrita, which is produced by the Bindu chakra, is capable of slowing down the aging process and preserving our health and youthfulness. It is burnt in the Manipura chakra as well, before this valuable elixir of life, so to speak, can be utilized. This nectar is like a hormone that has a rejuvenating effect on the body and was well known to yogis thousands of years ago. There are certain techniques in yoga whereby the hormone is supplied to and utilized by the body. More on this once we get to the chapter on the Bindu chakra. The functioning of the Manipura chakra is closely related to the pancreas. A displacement of the pancreas is an important cause for an imbalance in the Manipura chakra. If the pancreas is in its correct position, one can feel a slight pulse at the center of the navel. But sometimes this pulse can be felt further to the left or to the right, or a little above or below the navel. Through this shift in position, different disorders such as headache, migraine, diarrhea, abdominal pains, a lack of energy, or feelings of anxiety can occur. For example, if the pulse is perceptible above and to the left of the navel, respiratory problems can arise. If it is to the left of the navel, it can be the cause of emotional problems. To the right, it can produce energy blockages, and to the right and below the navel, digestive disorders can occur. However, there are some exercises that can correct the positioning of the pancreas, and in this way the flow of energy in the Manipura chakra can again be brought back into balance. And we'll go over some of these exercises at the end of this chapter. As a result, the symptoms in many cases improve rapidly. A symbol of the Manipura chakra is the 10-petaled lotus blossom, which we saw in the art piece. I'll show you all again because it's so beautiful. There. See the yellow lotus around the triangle? The petals represent the 10 pranas, the currents and energy vibrations that are regulated by the Manipura chakra. Prana has two meanings. Firstly, it is the all-pervading energy that fills the entire universe. The cosmic mother, who nourishes the soul. And here by soul we mean the individual. When it is outside the body, it is known as Vayu, the tattva, the element of air and wind. That's in its cosmic form, but when in the body, it is known as prana. Pranic energy streams through all objects and all living beings and is colored, so to speak, by their qualities. And the second meaning of prana is God, or the self. Here we are talking about prana in the first sense, the life force, the vitality that we absorb with the oxygen that we breathe and the food that we eat. The 10 pranas are divided into 5 pranavayus and 5 upapranas. They regulate the 5 karmendriyas, the organs of action, and the 5 jnanendriyas, the organs of perception or knowledge, which together are responsible for other important life-supporting functions. The 5 pranavayus are, first one is prana. You'll find often in lists of Sanskrit, the name for the lists is often shared with the first element. So the first kind of prana is called prana. The next is upana, udana, samana, and vyana. Prana is responsible for inhalation, upana for exhalation, udana for indigestion. No, that's what would happen without this one, but it's for ingestion of food. Samana for digestion, and vyana for circulation and the nervous system. The 5 upapranas are Naga, Kurma, Devadatta, Kurikala, and Dhananjaya. That's interesting. That's one of the names for Arjuna as well. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna calls him Dhananjaya. Naga controls the functioning of the burp. Kurma, the movement of the eyelids. Devadatta, yawning. Kurikala, sneezing. And Dhananjaya nourishes and strengthens the body and stabilizes the function of the organs. As the 10 pranas radiate through the whole body, it is understandable just how important a strong and harmonious Manipura chakra is for all the functions within the body. Let's talk more about these pranas and other symbolisms that exist within the Manipura chakra next time. For now, we'll pause our reading of the hidden power in humans. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you for listening. And that'll be the conclusion of today's Sangha. But I thank you all for participating. Thank you, dear Hursi, for the flowers you sent, for the heart me, the team bracelet, and the cheer you up. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I will continue to meditate on how I am able to serve you all better for the next Sangha. Within every live stream, I like to reflect privately on things that I can do better next time. And this will continue to be the case for as long as I'm alive. Because the world is evolving, and with it the ways in which we come to experience and express the truth. As such, I have a duty, a commitment to discovering all the new ways in which I can connect, understand, relate with, confide in, when it comes to the beautiful beings we have together in this Sangha, including yourself. Especially yourself. There would be no Sangha without you. That's for sure. So thank you. This was a long live stream today. Thank you, dear Anazek, for your pair of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Billy, you share that a guided meditation by me for you all would be amazing. Well, we can do so. By your wish. May it be so. I am at your command here. We can do a short guided meditation. But Mermander, you're wondering if we may group hug. Your turn to hug me. Sure. Come on, bring it all in. Let me bring my my camera close to me. I don't think I can get to you. I'll have to bring you close to me today. Here. Going over my shoulder. There. Big hug. You're in my hair, sorry. It's just something you gotta deal with if you hug me, is that my hair will go in your face. It is the nature of having my hair. So, you are hugged by my arms, but your face is hugged by my hair. Alright, get out of my hair. Thank you for your hugs, everyone. Alright, let's end with a short guided meditation. Thank you, dear Michael, for the heart, me, and rose you sent to Hare Krishna. Let's see here. All right. In this guided meditation, I ask of you to get in a position that is most comfortable for you. Or if you are listening to this while doing something, then find a rhythm that works for you. That might mean lying down for some, sitting cross-legged for others, or even finding a nice pace when it comes to whatever you are engaged in presently. But regardless of how you find your body, let us bring our awareness to a sense of spaciousness within the body. That not only does our sun shine light on our skin, and we feel hot or cold on its surface, not only do we feel softness or hardness, depending on what we bring our hands to, the sense of feeling permeates not just the first layer of skin, but all layers. Our muscle tissue, even our bones, and other organs. Every part of our being in this body is pervaded by a field. You can sense the inner field within each finger, within each hand. We feel it when we have a tummy ache, or when we're conscious of our heart beating, or if we have a headache, or if we relax after a long day. That the sense of feeling within the body isn't just on the surface, it goes deep within as well. This sense of spaciousness within your physical frame leads to a very beautiful spiritual truth. as we meditate on the space within our body, we start to realize that our body is within that space. At first, we may feel like we are a body with consciousness. But as we meditate on that space, the whole experience begins to invert, and you feel yourself to be the space in which you find the body. So you can feel yourself to be the space, and inside that space, you find what people call your body. What you call your body. What is your body? Just like bringing your awareness from the characters of a movie to the screen in which it all takes place, we bring our awareness from the body to the space in which it all takes place. Inside this spaciousness, we find our body. And our body is so important. We need to take care of this. Bring to mind all of the things that's possible with this body. How many hugs you can give. How many high fives. How many handshakes. With your eyes, how much good is there to see in the world? With your ears, how many stories are there to listen to? With your nose, how many flowers to walk by? With your tongue, how many dinners to have with loved ones? And with your skin, how many people to reach, be in contact with? All of these senses are made to embrace others. This is the power that the body offers. And although these senses may give rise to the impression that we are the body, recognize your body to be within that field of sensation too. When we meditate on various aspects of the body, we realize our relationship to it and how each part has a role to play when it comes to the happiness of others. Our feet, they take us to people in need. Our words convey harmony and acknowledgement. Our muscles can carry things for the benefit of others. And through our hair, we find ourselves expressed like a river, flowing in the direction that the world shows for us. if we can utilize all parts of our being as a reminder of all the good that is possible, then we can use this very body for the liberation of others as it exists within this space of awareness. And let that be our guided meditation for tonight. Love your body, use it to love others, and remember that it's inside you. All right. I think that's a good place to stop for tonight. Thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny, for the popcorn that you sent. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Billy, for suggesting a guided meditation. Always a wonderful thing to end with. Today was a mini yamathon indeed. Now I have to go take care of this body. Sitting in one place for too long is probably not the best for it. And I should nourish myself with love in the form of whole food. As always, I will upload the recording of this live to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel for the benefit of those who wish to replay different parts or experience it if they wanted to but were unable to. And the meditation and the readings, I will also upload to dedicated playlists there. I hope that's of use to you. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Thank you, dear Jen, for your 5 ice cream cones too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for such a space to put so much love. Oh. There's a lot more love where that came from. If I could express it all at once, I would, but I think I'd explode. There'd be a supernova. Big Bang. And we wouldn't want that in the middle of a universe which is so vulnerable at the moment. So I take my love in shifts, give it a little bit at a time, and let it add up. And before long, we'll have made something beautiful of it. And you all have indeed spammed me with your love today, and that is very humbling to see. So thank you. Thank you, dear Jen, for your quartet of popcorn. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dark Izzy Dark, thank you for your baker's dozen worth of cloud bread. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And Crystal, thank you for your rose. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your 9 roses too. Let our love help you heal. That's the spirit. Thank you, G2 Infinity. And much love back to you. Fortunately, it's about a 5-second walk back to my house because I'm on the porch, which is maybe 10 feet away from the sliding door. So if I get lost, I think that'd be more impressive than anything else. Without further ado, may you all have a beautiful rest of your night. Or if it's your morning, your morning. If it's your afternoon, your afternoon. Your evening. Wherever you are, may you all have the rest. May you all have the best rest of your present moment. Radhe, oh Radhe. And thank you, dear Anazak, for your trio of roses too. Hari Om Tat Sat.